talent feeding over to the international setup. Good delivery again, but that's all they need at this stage. Less than 10 required. They want 2 as well. Gonna get it.
Soft hands, tall lad. The second run's matter of 5 strides. This is a big learning curve indeed for Vedant, and this is why I say so. So deep inside the crease he was, still those 2 runs was possible. Good running from Abhinder. Runs required in single digit.
Good delivery though, a bit of dot. So trying to build the pressure with dot balls, trying to get the wickets. Just 8 needed.
Good bowling.
From the 15 legal deliveries, but we did see a similar situation. The Grizzlies are on the flip side. They were bowling yesterday, and it was dot balls that allowed them to take it into the last over. Another one. Nataraj wants a single. Gets there in the end. Good commitment by him. As soon as Abhinder Singh made contact, Nataraj commanding the strike. What you expect from your more experienced players in this situation.
The running between the wickets has been tremendous in this over. The ball has gone absolutely nowhere, not even 15 yards. But the singles and the doubles that they've scampered through, Abhinder Singh and Mohit Nataraj have been a treat to watch.
Oh, wow.
Oh my
Coming
God.
right across his stumps. That could have easily brushed the leg stump on the way through. Why that risk? Yesterday's shot selection from Nataraj was questionable. You're so important to this run chase. You have to stay there.
That shot is like an off note in a melodious song. Where did that come from? Now Greg wants to stop this single.
No, not today.
Well, you mentioned his strike rate coming into this innings. 175 from Mohit Nataraj. 32 from 18 balls, his highest score in this minor league. In the air, just short of Vedant Jain. Agonizingly close. Could have had a wicket, but a really good over from the youngster to close his spell. 4 runs. 35 for 7.
Two over left, 7 to win.
7 required in 12 balls. Getting close. Mohit Nataraj and Abhinder Singh still out there, quite comfortable. The worm chart suggests that towards the end, a lot of wickets were lost by San Diego Surf Riders, and Golden State Grizzlies have always been ahead in this chase. A couple of wickets in quick succession, not to their liking, but still stabilized by some quick running between the wickets by Abhinder Singh and Mohit Nataraj.
We see those dots, 24 runs. They lost 6 wickets in the last 4 overs, and that's the problem. That's why the Surf Riders just fell short of 10 to 15 runs. Just 7 to get now for the Grizzlies. Nikhil Datta comes back into the attack. Very important over. He can get a wicket here. And the wicket of Nataraj, you never know. 7 needed.
These 6 balls, the man on your screen, it is going to be gold dust. He's handled the pressure so well. He's added the additional pressure of holding the innings together with a bat in hand. Looks like just not enough. 7 required of 12 balls. You've got to go with the Grizzlies over here. The game's with the Grizzlies. Nikhil Datta. Can he provide the wicket?
Goes with the leg spin, and Nikhil Datta is full. And that is what Abhinder Singh says. 6. All of a sudden, scores level. He went for the leg break, the change-up delivery. Got it wrong, way too full for those straight boundaries.
Oh, easy pickings for a tall man like Abhinder, who's waiting for something in his arc. Mid-off up in the circle, an invitation to go for the big shot. Abhinder obliges. And when Abhinder obliges, it travels a long, long way. I've told you, there's no muck with a bat in hand. Remember a gritty half-century. It was in newspapers all around the Haryana area. 1 more run for victory here. Golden State Grizzly could sense 2 points crawling towards them.
Just 1 run away now from victory for the Grizzlies. And goes full again, and that will be it. Finishing it off in style with 2 maximums. Abhinder Singh, and then more importantly, the Grizzlies, after a tough game yesterday, are back in the W column with an important win to pick up their 5th of this 2022 Toyota Minor League Cricket Championship. One set up by the bowlers, but in the end, experience getting them over the line. Shiva Mishra was brilliant with his 48, winning by some 3 wickets, pretty close in the end, but they've got the win.
Your Golden State Grizzlies in the end cruise to victory with 10 important balls to spare. Will do a world of good to their net run rate as well. And this is how they got to the total.
There's definitely not a tie. Grizzlies, some important partnerships which they weren't able to do yesterday. Shiva Mishra and Malik Junaid put on a good one through the middle, worth 43 runs. And then Zia Shahzad came to the middle and finally got in the runs column, 21 for him. Well finished off in the end by Abhinder Singh, in winning by some 3 wickets. The Golden State Grizzlies to continue to be 3rd in this Western Conference.
Later you can take, but not now.
The San Diego Surf Riders, this time the bowlers did step up and the young guns did provide the wickets, but not enough cushion for them. Devam Srivastava picked up a wicket, very first ball of the over, the very first ball of the game, and was setting it up nicely for San Diego Surf Riders. But in the end, despite 2 important wickets from someone like Vedant Jain and of course the experienced Harish Kakani, wasn't enough.
Well, there you have it. Surf Riders just always felt, after being 100 for 2 after 15 overs, just fell short of 10 to 15 runs. Greg Hay, the captain, he starred with 66. The Grizzlies in the end, a couple of stumbles on the way, but they got there in the end. Shiva Mishra, 48, highlighting that brilliant 147 that they got to inside the 19th over. And it will be the Grizzlies to pick up their 5th win in this 2022 Toyota Minor League Cricket Championship presented by Sunoco. Let's have a look at how things unfolded with the bat in hand for the Grizzlies. It really was a horrendous start for them. On the back foot, Sami Aslam. Devam Srivastava again, 2nd time he's been dismissed to him in this tournament. Malik Junaid came in, wasn't phased at all. Showed that Toyota Tundra power. 10 from 2 deliveries in that first over. Srivastava was instantly taken out of the attack. Harish Kakani, probably the pick of the bowlers for the Surf Riders, was met with brute force over long on. And then Kakani went full, went straight through point. That was a good shot from Mishra, but then the edge was found. And you have to go dismiss that. Running at number 3. Mishra then, a couple of interesting shot selections from him. Malik Junaid though, that was a statement piece. Stand and deliver stuff from the big man. Another important contribution in just his 2nd game for him. That one went through the cover fielder. Nikhil Datta had a tough time in the field today. On the boundary, and what was just delicately placed by Mishra, who got to 48, top scorer for the Golden State Grizzlies. Another misfield. They're not good in the field today, the Surf Riders, and it cost them. In the end, slip was in and out, and when it was out, they were happy to open the pace and ride that ball down to 3rd. The square boundaries are pretty big here at Morgan Hill, but they were able to find the gaps. And a couple of cuts. They started extremely well, this Grizzlies team, to get it to 96 after the first 10. That was a full toss, a no ball by Zia Shahzad, which he was able to get over the mid-off fielder. Just helped him in terms of momentum. Another good extra cover drive. Man has been struggling for runs, and then picked that one up all the way for a maximum. Probably the best one where they'll do his confidence with the bat in hand. A lot of good, and then just threw it away. Middle stump, peg back. Another important strike for Vedant Jain. It was 2 and 2 for Jain inside the 12th over, and just there, Predators could come back into the game. Another misfield. It's just a normal, constant throughout this innings for the Surf Riders. They didn't do themselves any favors. And then Kakani making a difference, taking the crucial wicket of Shiva Mishra after all the hard work was done. Just thought the Grizzlies, well, they would look to try to get over the line, and then Zia Shahzad went as well very soon after. Spin came out, and the leg spin went from Nikhil Datta. Abhinder Singh with 2 huge maximums to close off and win the game. Of course, with the man that made such an impact. Before we get there, the points table. The Grizzlies, that will be a win that will help them. It takes them up to 2nd position now on 10 points, just the 2 losses. Such a tight Western Conference with the Thunderbolts, the East Bay Blazers in action later today. Can't wait to see how this group unfolds as we go through the weekends of this minor league. But alongside me, the man that made the difference today with both bat and ball, back to normalcy for Zia Shazad, 3 wickets and 21 runs, but with the bat especially Zia, has been very happy after a tough season to get back.
Thank you so much. Actually, I was struggling from last couple of matches, so I just tried to rotate the strike today, and I just give my 100%. But still, I got everything.
Now Zia, 12 wickets in this tournament. Tell me about your effectiveness with the ball in hand. You've also bowled a lot in the last 5 overs. How much have you enjoyed this new role that the team has given you?
Actually, I love to bowl on especially that kind of situation, difficult situations. I enjoy that kind of situation. So because I know my ability, so I always ask even the captain to give me over, especially in that kind of crucial conditions.
Well, here you see some of your highlights in terms of with the bat in hand today. You were able to get a few up the middle of the bat. What was different, especially against spin, for you in your batting approach?
Actually, for the spinner, I just look for a fuller bowler. Because the wicket is difficult, some balls up and down. So I just try to pick a fuller ball.
For your team now, who picked up their 5th win in the tournament, what's going to be important for you guys as you go through the different weekends in terms of against tough opposition, the strikers, the thunderbolts, etc.?
Yeah, actually we are trying to over giving best, and actually we have 2 losses, like Vatsal is not playing in our team and Kamal was also injured. So, but our team combination is very well. So we are just trying to play as a family, and we are just trying to keep winning.
Such an important all-rounder for the Grizzlies. Zia, congrats to you on your player of the match performance, and we wish you all the best.
Thank you so much.
Well, there he is. Zia Shazad did it all today. 3 wickets with the ball, 2 innings, and then with the runs as well. And later today, you don't want to miss this. The defending champions, unbeaten team up against the East Bay Blazers, who are playing some fantastic cricket in this 2022 Toyota Minor League Cricket Championship. That's starting live 2:30 p.m. Pacific time. Join us very soon for the action. It's been a real pleasure to cover cricket from Morgan Hill, California for this 3rd weekend of the minor league. Look forward to seeing you in just a few minutes' time for the action.
You're watching the Toyota Minor League Cricket Championship, presented by Sunoco. You're watching the Toyota Minor League Cricket Championship, presented by Sunoco.
A new era for American cricket began in 2021.
There it goes into a dive! What again?
The rise of cricket was celebrated across the country. Now, with big wickets and even bigger hits, the stars of minor league cricket are back and better than ever.
Primus goes huge!
Don't miss the nation's largest league competing for the biggest prize in American cricket. The Toyota Minor League Championship returns this summer, live on Willow TV.
What a mouth-watering encounter this is. The Silicon Valley Strikers, defending champions, only team to be unbeaten in this tournament, up against the East Bay Blazers. What promises to be a very close battle. Cricket commentator Suhas Vedam alongside me. Suhas, we've seen already one game earlier today. What can we make for this one coming up between two big teams?
It's going to be equally thrilling, if not more. These are two sides very eager to continue the streak of winning, especially the Silicon Valley Strikers. And if you put them man-to-man, you realize that this is going to be a tight game.
Let's have a look at how things are unfolding in this tightly contested Pacific Conference. Of course, in this Western as well. Boy, has it been interesting to see just how the Strikers have separated themselves 6-0. Such a tight middle period, though, for Grizzlies on 10, who just won earlier today. The Thunderbolts on 8. And, of course, for the Blazers, sit on... What they'll be happy about is that with one win, they go right up into that top two. They'll be looking to hand the Strikers their first loss. Earlier, we had the toss with the two captains, Unmuk Chan and Angelo Pereira. Toss won by Chan, and, of course, he opted to bat first again after 218 on this very ground yesterday. This man has got a knack when it comes to winning tosses. Boy, has he been special. Well, of course, our good friend of the MLC Network, Nate Hayes, has just been superb with his analysis and insight in this 2022 Toyota Minor League Cricket Championship. Nate, this is a crucial game. What do you say about it?
It is difficult to imagine the weekend ending on a higher note than the Silicon Valley Strikers versus the East Bay Blazers. Both teams won fairly easily yesterday, but the Blazers won't be happy that it took them 118 balls to do it after limiting the Grizzlies to just 123. The Blazers tripled down on spin against GSG, which means their pacers should be fresh today. As dominant as they were with the ball, the Blazers will be smart to understand that they were just one Mark Dayal away from losing in the chase. The Strikers continue their dominance thanks to their elite top order. Unmuk Chan and Cheyenne Jayasuriya continue to do the heavy lifting for SVS. A couple of early wickets on Sunday could show us just how cold their finishers may have gotten in the meantime. That's exactly what the Blazers are going to want to find out, Nick.
Well, thank you so much, Nate. The Blazers, well, they want to find out. They want to find victories. Unchanged team for the Silicon Valley Strikers, winning the toss. You look at that lineup. Of course, the batting highlighted by Unmuk Chan, by Cheyenne Jayasuriya. They've opted to keep Arch Butch into the 11 today, opening the batting. They do have the power of Primus, Graham, and Rifa to come.
Yeah, the part was like when he came here, was the part, then it was super close.
The East Bay Blazers looking good as ever. Today would be interesting to see if Jahron Alfred gets to bowl again. He's in great touch, but unfortunately didn't have a ball in hand in the last game. Kulpreet Singh gets a game today. Be interesting to see how the pacer goes now that it's important that he makes his spot in the side. Angelo Pereira will skip at the side with Mark Dayal and David White providing stability up top.
There you have it, just about set to get underway in the fourth and final game of the action here in Morgan Hill. Of course, Southern California.
Guys.
And Unmuk Chan are the batting for this Silicon team. Bush has struggled in this tournament, but even though Chan has had 3 different opening partners alongside him, opted for Butch today, and he will face the spin of Mark Dayal.
My partner brought me.
So umpire Samir Bandekar just about ready to get things underway in this. What is a delicious encounter. Been a struggle for Arch Butch in this minor league. Played a couple games last season before he was injured and put him out of the tournament. Now be looking to get off to a start. He's struggled.
Angelo Pereira, as he so often does, throws it to Mark Dayal to take care of the new ball. Spinner has been excellent in the power play.
Cricket is the best.
Fires it in quick, fires it in the right areas, and teases the batter to come after him at times and picks up their wicket. Mark Dayal.
A man with so much experience in the West Indies, playing at the CPL level for the St. Lucia Kings, the Trinbago Knight Riders. Picked up the wicket early yesterday of Sami Aslam. They'll need to continue with that threat today. First delivery. First one on the money.
Great start, Mark.
Don't see him get too full, Mark Dayal. He's got to step in place. And in this power play, just 2 allowed outside the circle. Does have the long on. There's one deep. You can see there again, good delivery from Dayal. This is an impressive East Bay Blazers team that was able to defeat 2021 Western Conference winners in the Grizzlies yesterday, keeping them to just 123. Going across the line, just finds the fielder though at fine leg. So it will help the fact for Angel Pereira and his men, knowing that they, against a very strong batting lineup yesterday, were able to restrict them to 123. Got to employ the same blueprint today against this a different strikers batting lineup. Loose delivery, gets away with it, have to re-bowl it. Dayal.
It's looking so good with 3 dot balls strung together to start the innings. One poor delivery, almost as if he expected the batter to dance down the track because of those 3 dot balls. Ash Butch was quite content to stay where he is.
It's been a really impressive tournament, start to the tournament by Mark Dayal. Yesterday he got 30, also picked up the crucial wicket of Aslam. 7 wickets in this 2022 Toyota Minor League Cricket Championship, because we've had our corporate sponsors on board, Toyota, Sunoco. It's allowed talents like Dayal to get in. First runs off the bat for Butch. Should come back for 2. It will actually roll all the way into the boundary, so he's timed it well, just working around the corner to open his account.
Not bad, not bad.
I didn't have to wait much to see the first boundary. Just that error in line and easy pickings for someone like Butch.
So Mark Dayal will want to get that line up. Stump. So where he got the wicket of Sami Aslam, forcing him to sweep yesterday. Just pulling that length back, slowing it up early on. Yesterday, though, was a different surface, a lot more green grass. Did have a look at it, though, in the halfway break of the 2 games. You can see a lot of those cracks beginning to open up. So the spinners will come into play. They've got a lot, the Blazers. Of course, Angel Pereira, the captain himself, will look to come in and have a bowl, make an impact with the ball in hand. Oh, I think there was bat there. May have just missed outside it, Ganesh. It went for length to the over. 5 for none.
Come on, boys, come on.
Let's go here, boys.
Unbelievable. Someone who's been so good behind the wicket throughout the season. Saideep Ganesh has put this one down. There definitely was an edge about it. Dayal's expressions tell you the rest. 1 over gone, 5 for no loss, which very easily could have been 5 for 1. Butch survives. Looks like it's going to be spin from both sides. Captain Angelo Pereira brings himself to bowl at the counterpart, Unmukh Chand. Chand coming fresh off what was a terrific century yesterday. Angelo Pereira as well has been amongst the wickets.
And the runs, 152 for him. This time goes stretch to cover, way too full when you want to bowl to a man in this type of form. What a way to open your account. What a first delivery to get a gift from Pereira.
Typical Unmukh. Reaching the pitch of the ball and finding the gap. Oh, he's just continuing from where he left off. It's just that the jersey color that he's against has changed, nothing else.
Quite surprised that Pereira's gone to himself so early, especially given the fact that he bowls a lot slower through the air. Likes to have that 5 in the deep protection outside the power play. This time pulls back the length well. And the misfield means that they can get through for 1. Well, not usual do you see 2 spinners opening the attack for any team in T20 cricket. Especially want to get that wicket of Unmukh Chand. Started so slowly in his first 10, but after that, my oh my, did he take over the Morgan Hill. 104 from 67 deliveries.
Getting to the century of the last ball of the innings. It wasn't something that he was looking for deliberately. Unmukchand piling up the runs. That's the danger. With Unmukchand, when you're facing Unmukchand, once he's in form, he ensures that he continues the long streak.
Stumps wants a single, and that's one thing we know that these partnership can do very well. And I think it will give Arch Butch some sort of confidence, knowing that he has Chan at the other end. He's striking the ball as nicely as he is. Butch can spend some time. He's struggled for runs. They've backed him as an opener. Seen 3 different options. Rahul Jariwala's opened the batting once before. Zaid Zakil. Much slower from Pereira. Not much grip or spin off the surface.
The bounce is that of concern. Didn't bounce as much. Again, the cross-batted shots will be checked.
This one just too far. Angelo Pereira. You have to do well to get through this over, though. I'm real surprised that he's gone to himself. Maybe over someone like an Arshdeep Brar. Bowled really well yesterday.
Just held its line. There have been deliveries which have pitched exactly in the same area and spun away from the righty.
Much better delivery. Probably the best of the over so far by Angelo Pereira. Much slower through the years, we keep mentioning. Yesterday, he came into the attack all the way in the 10th over. Angelo Pereira.
It looks like they've done their homework here.
Chan very quiet as he usually is to start his innings, but a good start by both teams. 12 for none after 2.
वक्त आ गया है लक्ष्मी बासमती राइस को घर लाने का। लक्ष्मी एक्स्ट्रा लॉन्ग बासमती राइस। इसका हर दाना हो इतना लंबा, पकते हुए महके और प्लेट पे क्या खूब खिले। हाँ, तेरे घर लाने का।
My son, he's so soft-spoken. Everyone says he's so good-looking, and he never forgets to call.
Hi, Mom. Born for your trousseau, the 2022 Tundra. Toyota, let's go places.
Well, Morgan Hill in San Francisco, California. Truly been treated to a beautiful day for cricket. Great weather and 2 fantastic teams, both fighting neck and neck in that west. Dale continuing for his second over. And of course, the strikers, they've separated themselves from the rest. 6-0, haven't lost a game. 6th time in 7 games that they're batting first. Just love to do it. Love to ensure they have that extra cushion for their bowlers.
And what Unmukchand also knows is how to spin the coin right.
Maybe just a little high. Arsh Butch likes to come across his stumps. It's something that the reason he actually was dismissed yesterday, hit in front the stumps.
He wants to access the gap on the leg side and hasn't come off this time around.
Dale knew straight away it was way too high. Bandekar to think about. Again though, trying to work the ball off that hit into the onside. This is good bowling from Dale. It's how you get wickets. You want to keep things tight. But if you've watched this Silicon Valley Strikers team, you would know that they start very slowly. They have so much confidence in what's to come. Roshan Primus, Raymond Reefer, Gary Graham, who smashed 4 maximums. Another good delivery from Dayal, just one. Yesterday against the San Diego Surf Riders, it was their highest power play of the season, 67 for 1. It was the first time they scored more than 7 runs per over in the first 6. And yet still, they've scored over 175 every time they batted first. Interesting stat.
New challenge for Mark Dayal. Up against Unmukchand, who loves to go inside out. There is a slip in place though. A man in form. A man who could hurt you if he gets going.
Very quiet Mark Dayal on that good length. This is an excellent over. Just 1 run has come from it. And judging on how Mark Dayal has bowled in this tournament, probably wouldn't be the worst idea for the strikers to just see him out, see his 4 overs off, and look to attack some of the other options.
Again, the same area. This time in the gap though.
End of 3 overs, 14 for none.
It's been a quiet start for Silicon Valley Strikers. In 3 overs, they've got up to 14. They've preferred a mild approach. Ashbuch, Unmuk Chand, 6 apiece.
So of course, remaining in this power play. Don't lose many wickets as well. Only once batting first have they lost more than 1 wicket for the strikers. And it's been all because of the stability that Unmuk Chand has shown. What a season he's had already. Scored the most runs, 592 last season. And now you've got 292 runs already in the first 6 games. Nawaz Khan was special yesterday with that new ball, 2 for 17. Comes into the attack early today.
And Nawaz has that extra bit of pace, has that extra bit of bounce. Can trouble batters, especially when they're batting initially. Ravi Shankar, Bhairappa Gowda.
Nawaz Khan will want to start well. Pace to Unmuk Chand. Oh, there it is. A cutter first up. And he gets the centurion from yesterday. Straight away, seam into the attack. And straight away a wicket. A huge one for the Blazers.
Nawaz gets it right. Top of off the first delivery. Right on the money. Trouble for any batter. We were discussing how lethal he is, especially when the batters are nice and new. Getting alongside the ball and the ball just enough. Not extravagant moment. Unmuk Chand departs for 6. The Silicon Valley strikers lose their first warrior for 14.
Big wicket after the innings he played, and Unmuk Chand knew it straight away. Knew he just missed one at the start. What a big wicket that is for a man that's scored the 2nd most runs for this strikers team, especially given the nature of that innings yesterday. But he's got to go, Chan, and it means Shihan Jayasuriya, who has been in red-hot form, 200s, then 63. Yesterday against the San Diego Surfriders, comes to the middle. Different challenge for him, though. A man that likes to bat against the spin. He's got the task of facing Nawaz Khan. I want to point out something about that wicket. Looking at Nawaz Khan, it's been a very bold start from him in his very first delivery. If you watch that release from Nawaz Khan, look how he's holding the ball, rolled his fingers over it, and it just deviated slightly, beat the outside edge, and completely surprised Unmuk Chand. Beautiful seam bowling.
This is a stuff of dreams for a good fast bowler. Unmuk Chand could not believe it. It was a slight change in pace as well. Just trying to open the face of the bat. The ball had left him bewildered. Shihan Jayasuriya, again another man in form. Someone who loves to score big when he gets a start.
Leading run scorer in this 2022 Toyota Minor League Cricket Championship, Jayasuriya, man with international experience from Sri Lanka, facing Nawaz Khan. Oh, the leg side, white signaled. There is that slip in place because of the angle for Nawaz Khan, pushing the ball across the left-handed Jayasuriya.
Even though it was an innocuous delivery because of the line being wrong, you could see that he's hurrying the batter a little bit, Nawaz. He's also known to bowl a heavy ball.
If you look at where that pitch hit that green area, that live green grass will assist some of the seamers. We saw Isan Adil earlier, caused real problems. He took 2 wickets for the Grizzlies. This time though, Jayasuriya through cover. Thought he got it much better than that, but it goes to the fielder, Jaron Alfred. Has struggled in the field these last couple of days. Jayasuriya underway with a double.
I will make Shihan feel now that he's off the mark. Not only did he get it from the better part of the bat, that little misfield would also mean he gets to face Nawaz once again.
Interested to see how the experienced top order batsman fares now, because he likes to come in at number 3 when they have a platform and he can attack against spin. He's got to build that platform. Too close to cut, straight to the man. Another misfield. Just sloppy start from the Blazers against the defending champions, the only unbeaten team in this tournament. Remember, you have to be good. You have to be clinical in the field. So, Arsh Butch on strike, facing Nawaz Khan.
Hard ball.
The next day we'll have to re-ball that one. We've seen extras give teams bowling first. Big problem. The Blazers have been a bit loose to start. You've taken such an early, important wicket. You've got to keep that pressure maintained.
He's breathing fire at the moment, but he's got to find control again. Nawaz Khan.
Good delivery, great delivery, but even better is Jayasuriya. Be there for the quick single. Something that this East Bay Blazers team likes to do is take wickets early in this power play. They took 2 yesterday against the Grizzlies, and it allowed them to just continuously pick up wickets throughout the innings, especially in those middle overs where the spinners really came into the game. So they've already got one, the important one. What it would be to pick up Shehan Jayasuriya.
That would be a big wicket indeed. Shehan Jayasuriya starting his innings. There is a wall on the off.
Deep third and mid-wicket in place. No. This time through point, and it will be runs for a man in great form, Shehan Jayasuriya. Once he got it past point, he knew it was a boundary written all over it.
No chance for the fielder at point. Gurbax Khaira knew immediately it is only going to fetch this one. Shehan Jayasuriya gets it right. We've talked about this man's prowess with the bat in hand, especially against spin. Now he's also treating pacers like spinners. He has so much time when he plays shots of this kind.
I've been kind to Nawaz Khan. He still has one more delivery remaining. Jayasuriya against his newer ball, which will come onto the bat a bit better. He'll fancy himself. Boy, what would it be for him to get another significant total for the Strikers team. He's been Mr. Reliable for them at the top of the order. This one much shorter from Nawaz Khan. There is that deep mid-wicket in place. He wants to. Settles for one, smartly so in the end. An expensive one, 11 from it. End of 4, 25 for 1.
Come on, boys, wake up, wake up. Now's the time, boys. Keep going, man, keep going, boys.
Silicon Valley Strikers, well in 4 overs, 25 for 1. Despite losing Unmukt early, they kept the pressure on as Shehan Jayasuriya went some by getting a lovely boundary through point. It's just getting started, Shehan and Arsh Butch. It's been a great tournament so far. It's 2022 Toyota Minor League Cricket Championship presented by Sunoco.
Well, what would it be for the East Bay Blazers, who picked up an important win yesterday? If they can go 2-0 this week, it would be so crucial to their chances. Last year, they just fell short of that top 2. Didn't get through to the playoff round. But this year, they've gone for overseas reinforcements. That's what you do when you have brands like Toyota on board, the global partner. You get players like Mark Dayal in. You get players like Angelo Pereira, the captain. Dayal bowling his 3rd. Interesting move by the skipper. And a tough task for him, the off-spinner bowling in the power play. You would have seen Jayasuriya, the left-hander, on strike, and know also the importance of getting a wicket. A man that has put on 359 runs in the first 6 innings of this 2022 Toyota Minor League Championship. Boy, has he been a Toyota Tundra-like impact player, averaging 89. You heard correctly. Strike rate of 164 as well. It's a good spell so far from Dayal, though. He's kept it very tight, just the 8 runs conceded.
Out to the right-hander, the off-spinner. Now we'll have less options, to be honest, because Arsh Butch is someone who also moves around, tries to take the off-spinner on, Mark Dayal on by looking at different angles and hitting it in the gap. Jayasuriya, on the other hand, is very stable, stays put till the last moment.
Comes right across, and again Arsh Butch falling, coming a long way across. Mark Dayal celebrates.
Would you believe it? The finger has gone up. I thought I heard 2 sounds. Straight enough, that's for sure. Only bat could have saved him. No bat involved, says the umpire. Up went the finger. Arsh Butch has got to make the long walk back now. The 2nd wicket gone. And 26 for 2 as Arsh Butch He's got to walk for 7.
There was the leg stump was always showing. Always be problems for any batter, and the struggle continues for Arch Butch. Just hasn't fired at the top of the order. And it's why Mark Dale was continued just to look to take wickets. Pranay Suri comes in very early for his team. We have seen Roshan Primus coming out for Gary Graham yesterday. But Suri, the vice captain, one of the leaders, 248 runs, also in the wickets. And he comes to the middle now with his team. And an important job to do, losing 2. Just the second time in this tournament that this Strikers team has lost 2 wickets in the power play. So this is a good start from the East Bay Blazers. One about. Thanks to the experience of Amar Dayal. He's now picked up his first wicket.
Pranay Suri comes out to bat. He's inheriting a scorecard at 26 for 2. A slip in place for Mark Dayal now. The fact that Captain Angelo Pereira persisted with the off spinner, it has paid off as he picks up an important wicket.
Top to start for Pranay Suri, who will be looking now to bat a different sort of uncharacteristic innings than what we're used to seeing from him. 33 from 17 was his real substantial performance in this tournament, where he powered it to all parts with Raymond Rifa this weekend at the Prairie View Cricket Complex. Today, though, he's got a bat time and another misfield.
I think he'll come back for 2 as well. Pranay was clear that he wants to. Pranay was apt. This is good running between the wickets. Pranay Suri has got to bat a little differently today, but it's good to see that he's middling the ball right away. It was absolutely a dot ball. It went straight to the fielder. Bat bounce, you can't say.
Much better delivery from Dayal. It's on to that length, which is much better. One which he got the wicket of Sami Assam yesterday. A good wicket, a good over for him, picking up the wicket. End of 5, 28 for 2.
वक्त आ गया है लक्ष्मी बासमती राइस को घर लाने का। लक्ष्मी एक्स्ट्रा लॉन्ग बासमती राइस। इसका हर दाना हो इतना लंबा, पकते हुए महके और प्लेट पे क्या खूब खिले। हाँ, तेरे घर लाने का।
1, 2, 3.
Such a nice day for cricket in this 2022 Toyota Minor League Cricket Championship at Morgan Hill. This 3rd weekend of the league. It's been truly special to see.
Bowling change. Right arm over. That's
all
right
the
arm round
teams
the
have
sticks.
feared.
For right hand
Alfred
batsman, it's round the sticks. For left arm, it's round the sticks.
The attack. 5 wickets 2 games ago. Wasn't given the ball yesterday. Took 9 wickets overall in the tournament. I was real shocked he wasn't given that new ball yesterday. The captain opting for more spin options. Boy, would they want this wicket of Shayan Jayasuriya. Alfred, a man from Trinidad and Tobago in the West Indies. 3 Trinis in this Blazers team. Good shot from Jayasuriya. Just gets it through and starts with a full one, a loosener, and is dispatched into the offside by a man in form.
It doesn't really matter which Jayasuriya. He is a god of offside. What a beautiful shot this one is. Again, he reads a length so early and invites the bowler into the attack. That's got welcome written over it.
Well, if you are Alfred bowling with that deep mid wicket and 3rd on the boundary as a 2 out, can't afford to be in that region. 5 deliveries remaining in this power play. So without losing another wicket. This time just worked off the face of the bat, and he gets it past the fielder again. It's 2 and 2 for Jayasuriya, who's picked up right where he left off from that 63 yesterday.
Could a shot be any more stylish? Just showing it the way. Poor ball, go explore California, that's the way.
John Alfred, tough start for him. Does have the pace, but Jayasuriya has actually used that to his advantage. Didn't have to do much there, just helped it along its way, guided it so well. All of a sudden now, things becoming a bit dangerous for the Blazers. He's moved to 17, Shayan Jayasuriya. Across the stumps again. This time though, can't penetrate that offside field.
The second boundary, the fact that he was so sure and crisply struck, just showing it the way. It tells you that Shehan Jayasuriya at the moment knows the field better than the opposition captain Angelo Pereira.
So Jerron Alfred, 9 wickets in this 2022 minor league championship. Full toss again, but gets away with it this time. Went the pace-off option, looking for the slower Yorker. Here's a man that does well. Keep that to just 2. 9 wickets in just 3 innings for Alfred. Averaging just over 12, but he's been expensive. He's gone over 9 runs and over. You can see Shehan Jayasuriya, what a start it's been for him. Don't Mr. Reliable for the Strikers team. You look at the 359 runs, the average of 89. Goes straight again, and it's going to be the 3rd in the boundary, in the over. This one may be the best of the lot. Jayasuriya showing his dominance at the moment.
1 for the style quotient, 1 for the coach's manual. Straight down the ground. He has panicked, Jarrod. You as a fast bowler do not want the ball to whiz past you faster than it came out of your hand. Shehan Jayasuriya is playing with a lot of conviction. Every shot is crisply struck.
It tells you how hard it was struck because he got a hand to it, Jerron Alfred. But in the end, just too good by Jayasuriya. Big over this. Goes again to the offside, but straight to point. And you see the dominance on display by Jayasuriya. I was making the point before that boundary. I'll get back to it in the next. End of the power play, 42 for 2.
6 hours up.
Yeah, what's the score?
Ash! Score, please.
Shehan Jayasuriya gets a move on. Silicon Valley Strikers get a move on. 42 for 2. After Unmukh Chand was dismissed early, so was Ash Buch, adjudged LBW. Pranay Suri has walked in along with Shehan Jayasuriya. Pranay Suri will have absolutely no pressure as Shehan Jayasuriya is ensuring he absorbs everything like a sponge.
Second right piece, sir. How come? You going over?
That was a mud pieces.
Bro.
Well, of course, 5 options used with the ball. We're going to see Arshdeep Brar into the attack for the first time today. I was just making the point in the previous over. This dominance by Shehan Jayasuriya, he's been helped obviously by his captain. The 2 have put on 651 runs. Now listen to this. The rest of the team combined, only 405. It tells you just how dominant Jayasuriya with his 200s and a 50 yesterday. And then Unmukh Chand, who got his first 100 against the San Diego Surf Riders, have been. I'm interested to see though, whenever Jayasuriya or Chand doesn't fire, who else steps up?
I really am interested in seeing the map of Silicon Valley. There seems to be a factory of centurions.
This one in the offside. Suri just doing the right thing. Happy to get Jayasuriya back on strike. Going to be Brar right outside the power play into the attack.
A change of angle here for the left-hander. Shehan Jayasuriya, who loves to feast on spin. He's got a good start with pace operating against him. Now the game's going into his zone. Important for the Bay Blazers to try and pick up a wicket over here. Shehan would be the big fish because you know once Shehan gets going, it's difficult to curtail him.
On the leg side, we'll have to rebowl that one, Brar. You're making the point early in the over about the batting and the reliance on Unmukh Chand and Jayasuriya. It's not like they don't have the options. Pranay Suri today is coming at 4. Just squirted down the leg side. Have to rebowl that one, Brar. But we have seen Raymond Rifa, 45 from 26 against the Houston Hurricanes a couple of games ago. This time in the air, but just wide of Brar. Long off in place, will be a single. Raymond Rifa is a man that bats at number 3 for the West Indies test team at the international. He's still to come. Roshan Primus has batted at 4 a couple of occasions in this tournament. And yesterday, Gary Graham, 24 from 8 deliveries, struck 4 huge maximums for the Strikers. So many different options, so much versatility. Dot ball.
And what Silicon Valley Strikers have also done is rejigging their batting order has caused them to give game time to their main men. So that come the big game, everybody would be in form.
This time in the air, hasn't quite got it. There was that fielder at the cover boundary? Though to keep it, David White patrols that offside boundary so often on the super, so just keeps it to 2. 1 delivery remaining in this over. Brar, it's been a good start by him. He was great yesterday for this Blazers team where the spinners really came into the game. 1 for 15 for Arshdeep Brar.
White!
A good delivery to end the over. Just 5 from his first. 47 for 2.
Seven overs gone, 47 for 2 Silicon Valley Strikers. After losing their openers very early, Shehan Jayasuriya and Pranay Suri. Both of them have steadied the ship. Shehan Jayasuriya has attacked the Pacers, and now the spinners are in operation. Would be a treat to watch.
Well, if you follow this 2022 Toyota Minor League Cricket Championship presented by Sunoco, we've had some real exciting games happening around the country. The New Jersey Somerset Cavaliers maybe get on the board in terms of the wins column. It's posting 233 today. They've got a powerful batting lineup. Xavier Marshall, Shanapal Hemraj look to get on the board in terms of against the Empire State Titans. They actually won by 73 runs. Just completed. Shanapal Hemraj, 130, another centurion in this tournament. And of course, this time another boundary from Jayasuriya. That one magnificent. Just placed it past that deep third fielder.
At the moment, it doesn't really matter if it's 11 men or the whole squad. Anything on the offside, Shehan's finding the boundary.
I've seen very prolific scoring in that area. How do you stop this man? Comes in with so much experience, Jayasuriya, from playing for, obviously for Sri Lanka, the one-day international level. Boy, has he been special. Nawaz Khan has got to adjust that line. Can't be so wide. Too easy for a man of this caliber. This time much straighter. Two is the ball. Gonna have to do well to come back, and they do. Jayasuriya and Chan ran so well together in that 161-run partnership.
Stay behind the umpire, don't go that side.
18 T20 internationals, 12 one-day internationals as well for Shehan Jayasuriya. Of course, 88 career T20s at the professional level. So having partners like Toyota, the global partner, does bringing this international talent. And I mentioned Shanapal Hemraj, the West Indian opener, 130 for him. We're seeing centuries every day in this fantastic tournament. Goes again through point. Cannot bowl there, but this time, the third fielder a lot wider, keeps it to just a single.
There's something about the fielding effort today by everybody. As far as the Bay Blazers are concerned, the ball's slipping out.
Thank you, sir. Outside the crease, please.
Butterfingers.
That's one leg.
Thank you, sir.
Well, just looking around some of the other games in this Pacific,
Is coming over, sir.
Mustangs back in the winning column. They're 7-1 now. The Mustangs looking like a serious force, winning against the St. Louis Americans. The Stallions also winning over in the Atlantic Conference. All the action coming your way in this 2022 Toyota Minor League Cricket Championship. Over the wicket this time, very straight, a really top-class shot.
No,
Surya, another misfield as well.
Watching! No.
What are you doing, man?
Size quick.
A beautiful shot from Pranay Suri. It's one of those things which tells you that the balance, the head's going to the ball, everything's going. Pranay Suri, oh, what a cricketer. He has 100 while chasing. The 99 versus the Sunnyvale Cardinals. These are the innings that you never forget. Last year a century versus All-Stars, I'm told, in the A division. Pranay Suri, quite a force to reckon with.
Just looking to get a bit too cute. Jayasuriya, you won't want to risk anything, and that one just dabbed at it. He's a man that commits, and commits very hard when he goes. Nawaz Khan has been good with these little variations, those small cutters. One that got Umuk Chan definitely deviated away from the right-hander. Jayasuriya 31 from 18, another start for this man, leading run scorer in this tournament.
That was a dream delivery, isn't it?
Another good delivery this time, angled in at the body. And sneak the quick single. You won't mind that too much if you're Nawaz Khan. Enter a good second over from him. 56 for 2.
fingers. Come on, guys. Come on, wake up, guys.
What's up, Dad?
Come. Quick one.
What got into you?
At Sunoco, we know how to fuel peak performance. Fuel your best.
वक्त आ गया है लक्ष्मी बासमती राइस को घर लाने का। लक्ष्मी एक्स्ट्रा लॉन्ग बासमती राइस। इसका हर दाना हो इतना लंबा, पकते हुए महके और प्लेट पे क्या खूब खिले। हाँ, तेरे घर लाने का।
And of course, Lakshmi House of Spices, the team sponsor for the Silicon Valley Strikers. This is good to see though from the East Bay Blazers in that over. Between the two overs, they just had a conference. You could hear Angelo Pereira very animated in the discussion, trying to get his team, will his team back in, conceding 7 runs and over. And of course, they still have 8 wickets in hand, the Strikers, knowing the power that they've got to come. Of course, a team who's gotten up past 175 every time they batted first in this tournament. 6 times in 7 games. Batting first, winning the toss, Unmuk Chan. So interesting to see now the field that Brar will utilize. 5 outside the circle, allowed outside the first 6 overs. What a tournament this has been. Angelo Pereira want to get his team up and ready for this challenge, much like Sunoco has done for this tournament, fueling it weekend after weekend. Weekend last one out, the holiday weekend, July 4th in Houston. Saw so many teams travel there. It was such a fantastic initiative by the MLC as well to have more teams playing on turf surfaces. Better exposure for the youngsters.
We were engulfed by cricket, weren't we? Anywhere we saw. The one, the game that we were commentating on, the game alongside, the game behind us. No complaints whatsoever.
All of a sudden, this scoring rate, miscommunication. Jayasuriya called him through, and another, not the cleanest of pickups. Never know, if they just correct these small moments in this innings, the Blazers, things could just nudge in their direction. They've kept the scoring rate well controlled, less than 7 and 0.
Come on, Arsh, come on, Arsh.
Definitely down the leg side, Jayasuriya. Very high as well. So they do have 3 overs from Angelo Pereira, the captain himself, up his sleeve, but with the left-hander in the middle, maybe just reluctant. I'm surprised though, Pereira and Jayasuriya will know each other very well, both playing at the international level for Sri Lanka. Just thought maybe the captain may want to bring himself on, knowing the weaknesses.
Come.
Really shocked from Jayasuriya, but there is a man in the deep, just be a single.
Watching! No.
Brar has done well so far. He's bowled according to the field given to him, and he's adjusting quite well between the righty-lefty combination. Now Pranay Surya is someone who tried to play as straight as possible. Shihan Jayasuriya is exquisite through the covers region and the cut shot.
Bowling.
Of course, a lot of left-arm spin options in this team. Obviously, we're seeing...
Come on, lads, big shot now.
Angelo Pereira, the very first
Catch in the
over.
deep, catch in the deep, yo.
They also have Sanjay Krishnamurti, who took 4 wickets yesterday. Haven't seen him in the attack as yet.
Like that change.
Because of Jayasuriya's ability to attack against spin, you don't want to let the pressure off. They will have to make up overs from somewhere, though. 5 options used. Alfred has been expensive. First over went for 14 runs. Down the track, Suri. Just doesn't carry to Alfred at long off. Let off for him. Has struggled a bit for Suri, a man that we know really strike it. Ends a good over from Brar. 4 runs from it, 60 for 2.
Right-hander, right?
Pulling things back slightly, the East Bay Blazers with just a 4-run over. Shihan Jayasuriya, 34 of 22. Along with Pranay Surya is getting a move on now, 8 of 11. Silicon Valley Strikers, 60 for 2 at the end of 9.
Everything's close together.
Maki!
Yeah.
Well, a lot of batting to come. Roshan Primus, Raymond Reefer, Gary Graham, so much power. Devtadani, he can bat as well. And of course, Rahul Jariwala, who's opened the batting once in this tournament. They were so successful, Jariwala and Unmuk Chan. It's going to be Singh, who's brought into the team today in place of Mohamed Tariq. And he'll be into the attack straight away. So another seam option for the East Bay Blazers. Kulpreet Singh.
Kulpreet Singh, who's played a lot of cricket in Mumbai. He's gone through the grind, honed his skills, especially with that late swing. Has a lovely slower delivery and is waited for his opportunities. Gets one today. Can he make it count? First ball from Kulpreet.
Making something happen straight away. In the gap though. And Suri calls for two straight away, and good batting, especially when it's been a struggle to start your innings. Couple of runs like that, where you really try to up the intensity, can be just what you need to kickstart your innings. You want to not let Kulpreet Singh settle in as a new bowler coming into the side as a new option today.
Yeah, he's been with the side for a while and now would be thrilled to have the ball in hand and to make an impact in this game.
Aerial, but didn't quite get it to his benefit. Pranay Suri supported Jayasuriya well. This scoring rate, 6.75. They're so good at just building a platform for that last 5 overs. You don't want to leave too much work though to be done. But it's a good East Bay Blazers bowling attack that they're going to have to compete against. Probably the first real test for this Silicon Valley Strikers. When you look at the teams that they've matched up against in this tournament, teams that you pretty much expect them to beat, probably the toughest one has been the Michigan Cricket Stars with Maqsood, with Noman Anwar, but they were able to just brush past them. So the Blazers will be a new challenge, and just to see how so far so good for the Strikers.
He's a specialist at bowling at left-handers, especially while taking it away from them. It'd be interesting to see if he can bring that into play.
Goes full, looks at that wide Yorker straight away. With that angle around the wicket as a right-arm seamer. He's angling the ball in at the stumps to Jayasuriya.
Be interesting to see. Also the fact that he's got a heavy ball. He's earned quite a name back in India, in Mumbai, playing all the age group cricket. This is a delivery that is so well bowled. It's something that's right out of the kitty of death bowling.
This time across the line, Jayasuriya, but again, it's another good start from him. And so far, so good for the man that's been in the runs. The leading run scorer in this 2022 Toyota Minor League Cricket Championship.
I really like the way Jayasuriya is changing gears now. He's also allowing Pranay Suri to get into the groove. It's throwing caution to the aggression here. The right blend, you've got to find the right blend, much like Lakshmi House of Spices.
This time, Suri on the ground, just a single. And of course, this partnership looking to build for the Silicon Valley Strikers. But they'll need some garam masala after this over, I can tell you. Call Lakshmi and let them just wake up a bit, the Strikers, because they've got so much batting in the hutch. You don't want to allow too much work to be done. 4 Reefer, 4 Primus, 4 Gary Graham. Got to wake up, smell the spices. 1 delivery remaining till the halfway stage. A good first over from Singh. He's just conceded 5 runs.
Kulpreet Singh, he's bowled testing deliveries. Jayasuriya would be a little itchy perhaps because there hasn't been a boundary ball yet in this over.
Good delivery to end for Singh. Halfway stage of the innings. 95 for 2. 65, correction, for 2.
Now in the last 2 overs, East Bay Blazers pulling things back. Another tight over this time around from Kulpreet Singh. Shehan Jayasuriya, 35 of 25. And Pranay Suri was still getting started. He's yet to find one shot from the middle of the bat, which will crattle away to the ropes. That's something that will signal that he is in tremendous touch again. 6 bowlers used so far.
Take it like this, sir.
Yeah, Nawaz Khan has still got 2 up his sleeve. John Alfred, we'll see him back into the attack.
Thank you, sir.
So Looks to be a change in bowling for the Blazers. Beautiful day, hot day though, in Morgan Hill, San Francisco. Boy, are we privileged to be here at this scenic venue. You have the hills in the background. Couldn't ask for much better. And I think when you travel around the USA for this minor league tournament, you just treat it to so many different contrasting, whether it be weather conditions or just the actual scenery. It's been a real treat to have, and it's thanks to, of course, our corporate partners, Toyota, Dafa News, Sunoco, taking us around the country. Suri goes straight, and the man can only watch it. Times it well. That one's out the middle of the bat. Part-time into the attack taken to him.
Oh, what a way to invite Vikash Mohan into the attack. Pranay Suri targeting the straighter boundaries. That'll make him feel much better.
Angelo Pereira looking for an off-spin option. Try to get that wicket of Shanjay Surya. Surprised he's gone to Mohan though before maybe someone like a Krishnamurthy or himself. So Mohan hasn't bowled very often in this minor league. Of course, Dafa News, the official sponsor of this tournament. All the weekend roundups, you can find it on Dafa News. Not only cricket though, covering news globally.
Give me 1 second.
Just close away there, Pranay Suri. Quicker delivery. Just aerial for just a second.
Not there!
Down to Cow corner, but it'll just be one. Blazers, though, since Angelo Pereira had that chat with his team after the 9th over, they do look like they've sort of upped the intensity a bit in the field, trying to break this partnership.
Middle arm.
Now that Suri's moved out to a runner ball 17, just get a feeling Shehan Jayasuriya, who's brought himself down by 1 gear, would up the ante.
Been good work so far by this pairing, especially after losing 2 early wickets. The openers went very early. They were 2 wickets down after 5 overs for just 28 runs. A 44-run partnership between these two just helped them recover, rebuild to something competitive. But you think with 8 wickets in hand, the amount of power that they possess, they're going to have to sort of look to take on this bowling at some stage. You don't want to allow a part-timer like Mohan to come in and just sneak a couple overs in.
This is good thinking by Angelo Pereira. He's brought Mohan at a time when he senses that Jayasuriya would have to be tempted to go for the big shot. And Mohan's done really well. Despite that first boundary, he's come back so well.
Suri, though, you can clearly see he's attacking, and it's the second boundary in that region. It's 1 on the first delivery of the over and 1 on the last. Good end to the over.
Spoke too soon. Suri has got his mind clear. He's got his plans clear. He is clobbering them straight down the ground. It's very difficult to set a field. 11 overs gone, 75 for 2.
49-run partnership between these two. Shanjay Surya, excellent again with another. Got to carry on and got to push on with that. Run rate going closer now to 7 in the right direction. But you think with all the firepower they have, some of those towers extending, the 6th over was a big one for this team. They were able to get 14 runs from it. It's going to be Kulpreet Singh after a really good start back into the attack.
Now having a word of advice from Captain Angelo, who's confirming, is it really the field that you want? You want something else as well. All that a captain wants in return is a wicket.
Yeah, you wouldn't mind though, Raymond Rifa coming in at this stage. You can see there 2 fielders on that deep boundary. 1/3 and then the deep cover. The others on the boundary is traditional mid-wicket. He's got long on, long off in place as well. So he wants to bowl that line and force Jayasuriya to just work it into the single. But I just think with all that batting you have to come, 4 very capable batsmen in Jerry Waller, Gary Graham, who thumped it yesterday 4 times over the ropes, Raymond Rifa, the test batter and all-rounder for the West Indies, and Roshan Primus. You've got to try, you can play with some risk after this platform and foundation has been set.
It's not much before this partnership starts to hurt the East Bay Blazers. They understand that.
Suri, though, he's clearly up the ante. Last couple of deliveries. Good 2 boundaries by him in the Vikash Mohan over to get 10 from it. Jayasuriya, though, been happy to knock it around. Wonder for how long. Yes, he's approaching another half century. Obviously, the team comes first, though, and with all that power they have, you can't afford to just increase the intensity. 6.79 is the run rate. Very full at the stumps. A good delivery by Kulpreet Singh. He's brought in today. He's bowled extremely well so far. Obviously, he has to finish his 4-over spell. It'll be very important. Remember, what the Silicon Valley Strikers will have in the back of their mind is that this Blazers team just 2 games ago were able to get up to 173 against the Lone Star Athletics. We saw Mark Dayal and Angelo Pereira both getting to 50s. So they know that they need to have a competitive total on the board. If the Blazers team gets away with David White and his power at the top of the order, they could be in some trouble. So they want to get up close to that 200, especially after posting 218 yesterday. Aerial over point. Cover fielder does the job though, just keeps it to 1. Excellent stuff from Kulpreet Singh. 4 singles to start the over. Angelo Pereira couldn't have asked for much more.
What Shehan Jayasuriya and Pranay Suri have made Kulpreet bowl is that every ball's got to be to a new batter. Rotating the strike.
Innovation from Shehan Jayasuriya. This is what makes him so effective. Just the ability to find the boundary when the pressure's on. Much needed for the strikers. That could be the sign that things to come.
Extra pace used against Kulpreet. He's so good behind the wicket as well. Shehan Jayasuriya. It's difficult to set a field for this one too.
So much is coming in the line.
He's attacked the right one again. It's almost as if he was expecting something which is going to be too full. It's good to see the senior man Nawaz having a word with young Kulpreet.
Pace off. Good change-up delivery from Kulpreet Singh. And just the 1 boundary in the over. Not a bad over. Blazers. End of 12, 84 for 2.
Over. 1, 2, 3.
Took that last corner pretty quick.
Sir, I need 1 hand on the roof, 1 hand on the pump.
Timeout for Sunoco Go Rewards.
Keep pumping.
With new Sunoco Go Rewards, when you fuel, you save, because rewards come first.
A beautiful day, scorching day here at Morgan Hill. And this game well poised at the moment. 84 for 2 the strikers. The platform has been set. You think about 8 overs remaining in this innings. If they can get up to maybe 10 runs and over from here, gets them to 160. But it wouldn't be, you don't think that would necessarily be enough on a track which has gotten better for batting. Mark Dayal, 1 over remaining, just 10 runs and a wicket in his first 3. Comes back in to the attack. Jayasuriya though wants the left-hander. Jayasuriya, that's what the wicket that the East Bay Blazers will want desperately. Tell you what, it tells you the dominance of this Strikers team. If they were to get to that 160 from here, it would be the lowest total batting first in this tournament. Loud shout. Mark Dayal, but Jayasuriya gets away with it. Maybe just angling down the leg side. It'll be interesting on the replay.
Dayal still asking the question, even though politely. Angled it in, fired it in. This will give us the best idea. A pitch in line. Yeah, perhaps missing leg.
Hit above the knee roll as well, so always going to be tough for Mark Dayal, but good delivery though. Goes again into the onside Suri, but that is a big leg side boundary, 65 yards. Sanjay Krishnamurti, the man feeding that ball, Hasn't bowled a ball. 4 for 19 yesterday. Surprising that he's not been given the ball. It's probably because Jayasuriya, the left hand, is still there. He's taken Krishnamurti, the lethal wicket taker, out of the attack. Andrew Pereira's only bowled 1. Jayasuriya wants 1 and gets 1. Always such a tough thing as a captain when you're trying to play matchups. You don't want that ball spinning into Jayasuriya. Could also provide the opportunity to take a wicket though. We did see Mark Dale be dismissed by a left arm spinner yesterday.
Near the bins, near the bins.
He's all smiles at the moment. I think he also inquired with a non-striker.
Down the track and gone. Pranay Suri looking to up the ante. Dale's got his second. He's just so good at picking up wickets for this Blazers team. And in the end, Sadeep Ganesh does the rest. That was the partnership they needed to break.
Good work by Sadeep Ganesh. As quickly as possible. And Pranay Suri did not even try to drag his back foot behind because he knew he was a corner. A good start for Pranay, but doesn't continue. 87 for 3 as Pranay departs for 24.
Well, exactly what Dale was brought back into the attack. It was always going to be a gamble for Pereira to bowl his 4th so early. The man has bowled inside the last 5 overs throughout the tournament. But a good start for Suri. As the international, Raymond Rifa, he's got Toyota on his back. And really and truly, the reason that he's here is because of the partnership we had with Toyota for the 2nd season running. And he'll want one word under that, Tundra, because he has the power, he packs the punch. The all-rounder from Barbados. A lot of CPL experience for the Barbados Tridents. Think of that 2019 CPL, how important he was with both bat and ball. Now, can he do something similar for this Silicon Valley Strikers team? He's already picked up 1 player of the match performance against the Houston Hurricanes. Hasn't batted very often though in this tournament, just twice in the 5 games. So another left-hander comes to the middle. I must say, I'm quite surprised to see 2 left-handers when they had Primus. The right-hander may want to play with that left-right combination, but instead, they've gone for the experienced Rifa. Down the leg side, Dale. See what he's trying to do, attack the stumps. They know each other very well. Mark Dale, Raymond Rifa, both playing in the CPL last couple of seasons. Off the mark straight away.
A successful over for Mark Dale. After 3 singles, he's picked up a wicket. Dale to bowl to lefties.
Jayasuriya gets it through. And would you believe it, it's another boundary. He's so prolific in that offside region, especially through point. And anything with width has been put away. Dale disappointed to end the over in that way. End of 13.
I got the width. Easy pickings for a man who's made this his bread and butter. Oh, what a shot to end the over. 93 for 3.
Well, now it's over to the middle order for the Silicon Valley Strikers. This is a phase where they have excelled. You still have Rifa, who's now come to the crease. You have, of course, Roshan Primus. Gary Graham, 24 from 8 for him. Of course, Rahul Jariwala, we keep forgetting him. Man that opened the batting so successfully for the Strikers last season. 2021. Different role for him this year, though. So Vikash Mohan with 2 left-handers in the middle. The captain goes back to him. Look at the options used. 7. Mohan first over went for 10. Do have 2 from Brar, 2 from Kupreet Singh.
Now Vikash Mohan. A star-studded bowling lineup. We've been calling him the 5th option, or a part-time bowler. They ask him, he says, back in Trinidad and Tobago, when he plays the single-wicket tournaments, he's one of the better bowlers there.
Well, doesn't do much bowling in Trinidad, I can tell you that. I guarantee you that. So you love this opportunity to roll over the hand. Rifa, though, I just wonder how long before he goes. How many deliveries does he need? Probably why they've sent him in inside the 14th over. Just a chance to take a couple of deliveries to see it, acclimatize, and then attack. Jayasuriya, 1 away from a half century. Making him wait, though. Making him wait, the Blazers. This is a good stuff, though. You'll be happy with this if you're Angelo Pereira. The fact that this scoring rate has been controllable. Have to close the innings off well. 2 dot balls. You can hear that loud exclamation from Jayasuri. Felt he missed out there.
No, it is one of his favorite deliveries to smash away on the offside. Pushing it through quicker.
There it is. Finally gets it. You cannot stop this man, Shehan Jayasuriya. 200s and now 2 consecutive 50s. What a tournament this has been for him. What a breakout year. No real celebration. Knows the job is far from finished.
Just a thumbs up to be shown to the dugout to reassure that he's still there.
This time goes inside out, Raymond Rifa, and in the gap. Glorious from the hard-hitting all-rounder. Only took him 3 deliveries before he went berserk.
Now Raymond Rifa found that was in his slot. Inside out, and he just loves it when he has wit. So good to watch. He holds his pose as well. He's a powerful lad. I'm very surprised that he didn't travel the distance.
End of the 14th over, 101. Now for 3.
Finding it easy, transitioning. Yeah.
Of course, this tournament presented by Sunoco. Great to have them on board this year. What a partnership it's been. Fueling this minor league from country to country, weekend to weekend. All 3 of our corporate partners on board. Dafa News, Sunoco.
Can you hear me, Kevin?
Again into the onside. Have to hurry. Remarifa wanted it straight away. Running to the danger end, did well in the end. This is the thing. This is yours. Color. So Brar, I was kind of puzzled that actually Pereira went back to Mohan before he did to Brar. Around the wicket. We've already seen aggression in the last over from Rifa. Think back to that 45 from 26. Hit 4 maximums, then picked up 2 wickets with the ball in hand. What an addition he's been, though, to a defending champion. Came in as the wildcard replacement for Mohamed Irfan Jr. But not only did they get a similar type player in terms of with the ball, then to get the batting exploits of a test player. Boy, the international influence in this team was separated them from the rest. On the track again, but a great length. Unable to really get under that. So Rifa's managed this situation well so far.
103 for 3 with Shehan still there, well set. And looks like we're in for a batting bonanza towards the end.
Free hit coming up as well. Cardinal sin for any spinner to overstep, so big problem for Arshdeep Brar. So it will mean that Jayasuriya, who's been there for 38 deliveries, will get a freebie. This could go anywhere. But it goes big, it goes huge, and it goes out the park. Shehan Jayasuriya, that could just be what he needs to nudge him into that 3rd gear.
Oh, what a shot. That was in his slot anyway. Free hit or no, he still would have gone after it.
So surprised at the length from Brar. You know the straight boundaries are so small. You still go up in that region on a free hit delivery. You do think, though, Jayasuriya will want to bat through this innings. If he bats to the 20th, who knows, maybe a 3rd century on the cards. No appeal, but definitely no chance for Arshdeep Brar there. Ambitious.
Perhaps a bit of frustration as well, but a good comeback by Arshdeep Brar.
Definitely on the leg side. goes again. This time, not timing it quite well. So just down to long on for a single. And it will round out the 15th over. End of 15. 5 remain, 111 for 3.
Both of them wrong. Gurbash, don't wait to be told every ball, Macha. It's very hard. No, Macha, you are not no. How many twos?
5 overs to come. 7 wickets in hand for the Silicon Valley Strikers. 111 for 3. With a well-set Shehan Jayasuriya and Raymond Riffer ready to go.
Bowling change. Right arm round.
Well, it has been a tough task for the East Bay Blazers, a team who have lost a lot of their main wicket takers from 2021. Rusty Theron currently with the USA team, so that's an absence. But also Josh Dascombe, the leading wicket taker for them, 17 wickets last season. They're without him. He's gone into administration, Dascombe. Rohan Posanapali, who's made the switch over to Seattle. And then Rusha Joshi, we saw earlier today. All 4 of those members, such big parts, such big components of this bowling attack. Not in the team this year, so they had to reshuffle, rejig their plans. Nawaz Khan, though, he's still there from last season. Around the wicket. Jayasuriya goes aerial. Try to get it in that gap. Just going to be a single. Wanted 2. Definitely not on. Good call in the end by Rifa.
Kulpari, bus. Don't go too wide.
Bit of a misfield, but he's not been the first one to do so. Kulpreet, they're suggesting the ball also skidding on once it reached him. There's something today with East Bay Blazers when it comes to fielding. The ball's just not being grasped.
Across his stumps a long way, Raymond Rifa. Something for the other teams watching this game, watching this matchup around the tournament to observe. In the last 3 games, they've had 200s from Jayasuriya and 1 from Unmukt Chan. In every game, 651 runs between the 2. Someone in the top order has put their hand up, and it's the reason why 5 out of the 6 times they batted first in this season, they've been able to post 175 plus, and well on their way to do so again here today. Pace off, Rifa drives, but straight to that man at deep cover. Been a bit quiet since that initial match. Just think though, what role does Shehan Jayasuriya play here? Does he continue to go after it? Does he ensure that he remains there till the 20th over?
I think he's got to attack. He understands that Rifa is also amongst the boundaries now. Jayasuriya can be well assured.
Again across his stumps, but again, more runs for the strikers and more runs for that man, Jayasuriya. This one out the top drawer, it's gone all the way for 6.
4 balls? 4 balls.
Effortless, but so effective. The style quotient is right up there when Jayasuriya plays a shot of this kind. Behind square this time, it's almost as if he's telling the bowler, it's been a while since I've gone there, let's explore new.
You don't score hundreds in T20 cricket without being able to strike the ball over the ropes. 4 maximums. He's already got not only 1 but 2 in this 2022 Toyota Minor League Cricket Championship. He's had some fantastic garam masala, I can tell you, throughout this tournament, thanks to their team sponsor, Lakshmi House of Spices. And business end of the innings now. We'll be looking to up the ante. Nawaz Khan still bowling around the wicket to him. This time though, much better line. Mid-off can cut it off and save it to a rare dot delivery off the toe end of the bat.
Shehan Jayasuriya has just got to believe there's something called the toe end of the... Off late, everything's come off the middle. Yes, there is a toe, there is a shoulder, there is a blade.
But you won't want that bat to break because he's already scored so many runs with it. Over 350 already coming into this. Again into the onside and again pummeled by Jayasuriya. All the way over the ropes for the 2nd maximum of the over. Nawaz Khan has gone the distance.
No half measures. Jayasuriya decides to give it a good swivel. And the ball travels. Again from the middle of the bat. Wonderful shot indeed. And great camera work too.
End of the 16th, 125 for 3. Well, this partnership already growing rapidly. This current rank gets them to 156. Raymond Rifa Zuni now come to the crease, and so far they've put on 35 in the blink of an eye. The Silicon Valley Strikers. Rifa, you don't expect him to take the back seat in many partnerships, but he's been happy to just get Jayasuriya back on strike. He'll relish this though, facing the offspin of Arshdeep Brar, putting his final over. Follows him. He goes in the air. There is a deep mid-wicket in place, and David White puts it down. How costly could that be? Another poor piece of fielding by the Blazers.
Would you believe it? Angelo Pereira is just looking the other way. The ex-skipper right into the hands and pops out. David White would have taken it 9 out of 10 times. This is regulation. He also loses his footing.
This time goes in the air again. Jayasuriya, and it has enough. Whatever this man has touched has turned to gold. This time, a couple of bounces into the boundary for 4. Wheels falling off for the East Bay Blazers.
Wasn't the best of his deliveries. Brar knows that. Gurbash Singh Khera for a second thought he can get there, but the ball was quicker. Good athleticism there though.
Jayasuriya just makes batting look so easy. Makes me want to return to the middle. How is it this easy to score runs? 200s, then 63 yesterday, and now 75 and 46. I've got to return to the game. I've been inspired by this man on screen.
Oh, wait. Sorry.
He's looking at the toe end again. It's not like he's using the toe end any good. It's all coming from the middle.
Again. He's gone again, but I don't think he's had enough on it. And he's shot put down. Jaron Alfred it is this time. The East Bay Blazers, they're not doing themselves any favors, any good in this innings.
Would you believe it? Would you believe it? Shehan Jayasuriya has walked out and paid the premium for catch out. He's insured against it.
Second drop chance in this over. One by White, then by Jaron Alfred. And a tough day at the office for Alfred. I mentioned the Blazers. They did all the hard work to keep this rate to just 7 and over for the first 15 overs. But now, in the last 5, you've got to keep your team in check. If you're Angelo Pereira, the wheels have just fallen off.
Brar in the team meeting would definitely bring this up. He would say, I thought there are fielders, you know. You did sign up for catching.
Not sure what he's appealing for. Definitely down the leg side. But
unfortunately, Brar, our game allows only 3 stumps. You needed 6 on that occasion to get him out. That would have been 5th or 6th.
Finally gets the middle of the bat. There is that deep cover in place though, and he beats him. Aiming from Raymond Rifa. What a big over this is turning out to be. First the maximum, now the boundary.
Raymond Rifa does it. Shehan Jayasuriya. Through point, crisply struck. The ball travels for 4 so quickly.
He's raced up to 15 now, Raymond Rifa. No time, striking at 125. His partner though, 162. 50 partnership comes up between these two as well. After 17, 137 for 3.
So bowling change. Yeah. Right arm round the sticks.
Daunting task ahead for the Blazers to close out these 3 overs. For the first time in this innings, the rate has gone past 8. And you know this is a team that scores 175 plus batting first for fun. They've done it 5 out of 6 times in this tournament. Batting first again. Winning the toss, Unmuk Chan. It's thinking for Angelo Pereira to do.
Angelo Pereira. No, he's a stalwart from Sri Lanka. Up against another stalwart indeed in Jayasuriya, who's got the better of him and moment.
I tell you what, he's a tough man to please, Angelo Pereira. 2 games ago, Jaron Alfred took 5. The next game didn't see the ball yesterday. Krishnamurti took 4. Today hasn't been given an over. Oh, look at this. Crafty from Jayasuriya, who's eyeing another triple-figure score. You cannot stop this man. It's gone all the way for 6.
Kulpreet is learning it the hard way. It's the second time Shehan's tried this shot. Wow, it's like wearing a shawl. He's just slapped it over his shoulder. How does he get into such a good position to execute it to perfection? It's a pace bowler against him. He is batting in a different dimension. He'll ask you what is pace.
Goes again this time, but on the offside. There's a man in the deep though, Markdale. He's quick. Able to just keep that to a single. I'm real surprised to see Markdale, one of the better fielders in this East Bay Blazers team, fielding at fine leg. Obviously maybe for Jayasuriya, and that shot he plays so well.
East Bay Blazers know that they haven't been best on the field. 144 for Silicon Valley Strikers.
Again, using that strong wrist. And just beats the man in the leg side. Raymond Rifa, just what the strikers needed. Had to up the intensity after the wicket of Pranay Suri. Second boundary for him and a maximum to go with it.
Less risky, more risky. Sanjay Krishnamurthy was just a spectator. One bounce into the fence. A boundary which should have been invited in that dugout.
Slower delivery, better option from Nawaz Khan, especially with that mid-wicket. And all of a sudden, the highest partnership in no time, 62 now, between Rifa and Jayasuriya, fueling this strikers team, much like Sunoco's fueled this tournament for the third weekend. As it rolls on, so much action. The strikers, if they can go 7-0, good luck stopping them from a playoff berth. The team that obviously went to North Carolina went all the way, defeated the New Jersey Stallions in the final. Goes wide Yorker this time. Jayasuriya was aerial for a second. David White positioned at the boundary, keeps it to 1.
150 comes up with a ball to go to complete the 18th. Singh has been expensive. Every single ball's been a run scoring opportunity, at least a single.
Just waits for Rifa, but this is a good stuff. Good close out from Nawaz Khan after conceding the 6 and then a 4. Sorry, it's Kulpreet Singh. Correction. He's done well to close it out with 3 singles. 151 for 3.
Maki.
A couple of overs to go. 150 has been achieved by Silicon Valley Strikers at the end of 18. 151 for 3 thanks to Shehan Jayasuriya's brilliance. 86 of 51. And Raymond Rafer providing the extra pair of hands with his 21 of 15. The way he crunched it through point, well, that is a signal that there are many more shots of that kind to come. That is why the Manhattan are competing against each other when it comes to the overs next to them.
Well, Jaron Alfred is going to come back into the attack. 14 runs came from his first over, but wanting seam on the ball, wanting pace. Pereira, can he get it right? Length. Rifa doesn't quite get it, but he does get it in the gap. So it will be another 2 runs. A misfield again from the Blazers. What are they doing in the field?
That was so well struck. The two fielders did get together and they almost escorted the ball to the fence. The dive, almost an afterthought.
Goes again. This time though, no fielders with a chance. He's middled every piece of that Raymond Rifa. The power of this man on display.
What an authoritative strike this one is. Missed his mark completely, and Raymond Rifa has made a meal out of it.
You can't afford to be too full to Raymond Rifa. because of that strong base he has, he's able to get so much power and hit through the line of the ball. We saw it in that innings against the Houston Hurricanes. 45 it was from 26. Only his 3rd time batting for the Silicon Valley Strikers. He's showing you exactly why he was sent in at number 5 today.
What a start to the over. 4 and a 6. This augurs to be a big, big over. Silicon Valley Strikers get momentum. In Alfred's defense, it was a yorker gone wrong. Perhaps a good yorker for a 28-yard pitch. Such a comfortable height full toss. Raymond Reefer obliges.
Well, a West Indian battle here. Alfred from Trinidad and Tobago. Raymond Reefer, of course, from Barbados. Alfred would be used to bowling at batters of this power. Did well in the Trinidad T10 Blast earlier this year. Much better option. Just goes slightly wider. Does have that deep cover in place, so even if he did connect, would have always been tough to find the boundary from there. Using that height to his advantage as well.
A good change in pace. You've got to love this comeback. Now this battle within a battle is spicing up.
John Alfred. Seamer. Goes big again. That's monstrous from Reefer.
That's wide.
Second 6 in the over. You cannot stop this man. Whether Jayasuriya, whether Reefer, it's travelled a long, long way at Morgan Hill.
This will require a trek to fetch. When a cricket ball looked like a golf ball, just like that, well, it's not a good sign at all. That one definitely did so. And good camera work as tried his level best to get it.
Well, bring all the spices at Lakshmi for these two. What a partnership this has been. Goes again this time, but definitely won't go over the boundary. You think about where they were at one stage. 65 for 2 after 10 overs. And yet again, the bread and butter for this team, a platform, has allowed them to get close to that 175 that they've been so consistently there. They'll get way more than that, I can tell you. 185, 190 maybe even on the cards with 7 legal deliveries remaining. Jayasuriya, he'll be thinking about one thing: boundaries. Goes again. Has he got enough on it? It's in the air. Pereira under it. And finally takes the catch. One Sri Lankan finally catches the other. The Blazers, well, they haven't done themselves any favors, but they've finally gotten their man.
Jayasuriya throws his bat at it. It was his shot. 9 out of 10 times he knows he would have cleared. But what a good catch this is, running sideways. Excellent boundary awareness as well. And Jello Pereira, the captain, gets it done. Shows how it's done to the boys as well. 86 of 52 has been an innings of substance coming to an end. Jayasuriya, what an innings. He had to mold the innings and also take it forward. Shifting through the gears has been terrific to watch.
Well, it ends a superb knot again. 200s and 250s now. 168 for 4. 1 over remaining. Well, Gary Graham, 4 maximums yesterday. He plays one way, Graham. He goes after it. 2 West Indians in the middle, a Jamaican and a Bajan for the Strikers. Graham, of course, also
So bowling change, right arm over.
Able to thump those boundaries, and many will not know this. Actually, the head curator here at Morgan Hill, so knew exactly how this surface will play. He's done all the hard yards to put time in this pitch, preparing it for this weekend. He's been very happy with how it's. What did he be? 218 yesterday, now 168 for 4 today. It will be Nawaz Khan bowling his final and the final over of the innings. 17 runs came off that last over.
Nawaz Khan, it's a good time to bring him on actually. A big hitter is back in the pavilion, even though Rafer is still out there.
Go.
Graham goes aerial. Does he have enough to beat long off? You bet he does. This man, one of the best ball strikers in this 2022 Toyota Minor League Cricket Championship.
He walks out with a sledgehammer every time. He slaps it straight. Nawaz is supposed to bowl a quick delivery. It's not the easiest to hit straight down the ground like that.
Well, Gary Graham showing why he's so trusted in this middle order. He played virtually every game for the Strikers last season. He started every one for them this year as well, just because of this ability. Where can he go now? Where does Nawaz Khan bowl? He goes full Yorker, looking for the Yorker, and he gets it past third. Would you believe it? Rubbing salt in the wounds for the East Bay Blazers.
This is pure class from Graham. When you swing, swing hard. When he coaches young minds as well, Graham tells them to be very, very attacking, and he's showing them how it's done. 2 deliveries, both of them beyond the boundary rope, 8 of 2.
I tell you, I don't think you want to coach young batters that type of hitting. You want to see that technique, but for him, he only deals with one thing, that's power. Good delivery though from Nawaz Khan. Straight to extra cover, B1, and they'll bring the dangerous Rim Arifa back on strike. It's now the 6th time in 6 efforts batting first for the Silicon Valley Strikers that they've crossed 175. Truly phenomenal after being just 100 runs after 14 overs. Sensational end to the innings.
I think it's a well thought out team. Look at Graham, he's scored 9 of 3. These are very handy runs. He's taken all the pressure off Raymond Reefer. 9 of the first 3.
Edged and gone. A full delivery looking for the Yorker. Just so close. Get under. And a good catch in the end by Saeed Ganesh, but the damage has been done.
Take outside edge. And a lovely collect. Saeed Ganesh has been a revelation behind the wicket. Raymond Reefer, he departs for a well-made 38, 177 for 4 Silicon Valley Strikers.
Well, Reefer, the man, the all-rounder brought in for this exact purpose. He's been there with the wickets, the leading wicket taker for the Strikers coming into this. He's also been there with the runs. Roshan Primus will come out to bat with not much to do. Just a couple of deliveries remain in this innings, and it tells you how strong your team is when you have a power hit. Primus, who was so effective last season, coming out with just 2 balls left. You know you've done well as a batting group.
Oh, another West Indian who personifies power. And Silicon Valley Strikers, when they look at the middle order, they just send a flight to the Caribbean.
That's a 1 center, sir. Bowling right arm over. 2 to come.
Well, of course, Nawaz Khan, he's both 2 good Yorkers on the trot. Can he follow it up in these last 2 deliveries and close out without conceding a boundary? Primus chasing that. And Graham is coming through for the single. Wide. And he just gets home in the end. So
It's out.
he's given him out. Run out. So it was out by a long way, Roshan Primus, but tried to play it off. The umpire gives him though. It's going to be a wide still. Gary Graham wanting the strike. So it's going to be a platinum duck for Roshan Primus without facing a ball because it was a wide.
He wasn't a part of that run at all. He wanted no part of that. We got to see. He's still dragging the bat though. He's still dragging the bat, and it's going to be touch and go.
I think good decision in the end though. Primus without facing a ball, sacrificing his hand. 177 for 5.
Not bad, guys. Not bad.
Running or no? Alright. This is 2, eh? Yeah.
No, that's one wide delivery which will not be troubling Nawaz, as he's created an opportunity to run him out. That's still not down.
This time Graham picks it up, over cover, but unable to get to the boundary. Comes back for 2, wants a strike for this final delivery. So Rahul Jariwala, who's come, won't face a delivery. And all of a sudden, what looked like so distant, 180, they're very close. This has been a good ass over though from Nawaz Khan. He's closed it out well.
Well fielded by the fielder in the deep. I think it's and it's rare brilliance in the field that we've seen today from East Bay Blazers.
Final delivery of the innings coming up. Graham goes big. And the man at long on, he can only fetch. A true fitting end to the innings. It's been pure power by Shehan Jayasuriya, by Raymond Rifa, and finish it up by the finisher himself, Gary Graham. What an end to the innings. It means that they'll get up to 186 from their 20 overs. Superb ball striking from the strikers.
The momentum is with Silicon Valley strikers. Final delivery. Not sure if it's in his slot. It's just the brute power. Power of the man. Graham goes big and sends it sailing over long on.
But what they're able to do so well, start with a platform and finish towards the end. 86 from the last 6 overs and 86 from that man again. Jayasuriya will not be stopped from just 52 deliveries. Well supported by Raymond Rifa. The two put on an 81-run partnership.
The East Bay Blazers were desperately looking for wickets. Mark Dayal provided them 2 in this quarter for. So did Nawaz Khan. 1 from Jaron Alfred, who was very expensive. Everybody else going for runs. Gulpreet gets a game today. Couldn't make an impact though. The economy also rises to 9.3. 186 for 6. Silicon Valley strikers.
Well, it's been an innings of pure dominance from the strikers. Here's how things unfolded for them. Well, a slow start for Arsh Butch, able to get a couple boundaries, but they lost the openers very early, the strikers. Angelo Pereira to get in. It was just easy for Unmuk Chan to stop after scoring 100 yesterday. Can he be back in the runs? Nawaz Khan though, cut us straight away. Got the crucial blow of Chan. But Shehan Jayasuriya, fresh off of a half century, picked up right where he left off. That was the wicket of Arsh Butch. Easy decision. And Jayasuriya was able to find so many runs through that point region throughout his 8. Ron Alfred was very expensive. Touch of class from the Sri Lankan. What power that was down the ground. He showed so many different aspects to his game. Nawaz Khan came in, got some wickets, but also got some runs against him. It was literally the Shehan Jayasuriya show. Pranay Suri came in at number 4 today in a different role and supported him well, especially against the spin. Anything full, he was happy to go through long off. What a shot that was though. From Jayasuriya, went all the way for 6. Innovation from him. Then Mark Dayal back into the attack, got the crucial wicket of Pranay Suri, but all that did was bring the dangerous Raymond Rifa, and this partnership was the one that took the game away from the Blazers. 81 runs it was. Rifa and Jayasuriya, a couple of inside-out shots by the 2 left-handers. Jayasuriya, that was big, that was huge, and that went all the way for a maximum. So good, so effective for this team. Coming off of those 2 centuries, now 2 half-centuries in the tournament. 4 maximums, 8 boundaries for the man from Sri Lanka. He hit it 360 degrees around this Morgan Hill venue. Not Raymond Rifa, who watched for a long time, he got in on the act. And when he got in, he did not stop. What an unstoppable batting display again from the strikers. Another ramp shot, another maximum for Jayasuriya in that area through fine leg. Rifa used those wrists well. Wasn't helped though, Blazers, by their fielding effort. A couple of drop chances, a lot of misfields. Rifa, that was another one by the captain Angelo Pereira, which should have really been stopped. Look to that 17th over where Rifa and Jayasuriya both dropped. You don't drop players of this caliber. That would be finally the wicket that they so desired. Angelo Pereira holding on to a really good catch at long off. Had to make a lot of ground up. But then Gary Graham came, and it was the Graham show. 17 from 5 he finished with. Wherever the ball pitched, he was able to get runs. 2 boundaries and a maximum. Raymond Rifa, thick outside edge. Carried to Sadeep Ganesh. He was dismissed. Roshan Premise sacrificed his hand, trying to get Gary Graham. His decision in the end. So that was probably the only bright spark in that final over. Graham again finished it with the cherry on top with a huge 6. And in the end, it would mean the Silicon Valley strikers yet again batting first, 6th time in 7 games. They get up to 186 for 6 in the 20, which means the East Bay Blazers, in desperate need of a win to stay up top this Western Conference, will need 187 at 9.35 runs per over. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back with the action in a couple minutes' time.
You're watching the Toyota Minor League Cricket Championship,
What a finish.
presented by Sunoco.
Good one, yeah?
because it's the.
Which, what do you want me to do? Like this?
This.
Why?
I'm just trying to do maybe a one snip with them, like a 10-minute. It's nothing big, but sports max mainly. yeah. Well, once you guys sign my contract, I'll be contracted to Antares, you know. Once you guys get back West Indies, we're got to get back that West Indies contract, Kev. Come on, you're a Bajan. Pull some strings. You're a connected man. Probably not much when it comes to cricket, to be honest.
You're watching the Toyota Minor League Cricket Championship, presented by Sunoco.
The glorious, the picturesque, the fantastic facilities here at Morgan Hill, California. If you're now joining us, you missed a true masterclass of batting in the first innings from the Silicon Valley Strikers. Getting up to 86 was Shehan Jayasuriya from just 52 balls. Second day in a row where he's got to a half century, coming on the back of a 200s last weekend at Prairie View. And in the end, his contributions from Raymond Rifa with 38, Pranay Suri with 24 helped them get to 186.
The East Bay Blazers, they could have held on to those catches, I believe. Mark Dayal picked up 2 wickets and so did Nawaz Khan. Jaron Alfred was eventually amongst wickets, but very expensive for his liking. Lots of catches dropped as the score from Silicon Valley Strikers kept on swelling.
Well, there you have it, the huddle for the Silicon Valley Strikers, and they're so good at this. When they have runs on the board, their bowlers can, of course, have that bit of extra cushion, have a luxury of a big total. One for the East Bay Blazers. Unmuk Chan leads his team out the huddle. Doing the package. So Chan will be very confident. And the reason he'll be so confident is because of pure power hitting from Shehan Jayasuriya. 86 from 52. Boy, was he a treat to watch. Hit the ball to all parts. That shot through fine leg for 6 twice. How do you do that? Twice as well. Supreme striking from this Sri Lankan.
Just continued, teed off. Jayasuriya Shehan. That's 3 out of the 4, and here comes the 4th one. This was a lap. It reminds me of Rajinikanth just putting on the shawl. So stylish.
Anything too wide outside the off stump, he was happy to hit it for a boundary. That was that magnificent ramp again. Over fine leg for 6. So powerful in all the different aspects of the field. You think about A.B. de Villiers in terms of a 360-degree player. That was his fall. Angel Pereira holding on to the catch. He was brilliant. But now they have to finish it up. The Strikers, now with Kulwinder Singh, who's had a slow start to this year's tournament. So effective with that ball, swinging. The new ball, he will have it in hand and will be bowling to 2 aggressive openers for the East Bay Blazers. Saideep Ganesh will face first. The wicketkeeper batter has had some starts in this tournament, but they need more than a start from someone in this top order in the top 3. 109 runs for Ganesh in the 6th innings. So they've got runs on the board to defend. Here we go. Kulwinder Singh with the new ball in hand. So just about ready to get underway here. They need a good start, the Blazers. But has he got a touch on it? Kulwinder Singh is very confident. They're all surround the umpire. You can hear it through the stump mics.
There's no way
Look at what the umpire's done there. He's signaled for the third umpire review. Very tough for umpire Suhas to make that call, to know if Kulvinder Singh got a touch on it. We have the benefit of seeing a replay.
Remember, the umpire watches it real time. And from that angle, well, yes, he did get a hand to it, but at the same time, was the batter back in time? The bat was in the hand and that had to be shifted to the other side. From this end and angle, we can't say if the bat was dragged just beyond that line, and that too in time, but it did hit the hand.
Well, it won't matter because the Blazers, of course, always tough for an umpire in real time to make that type of decision. So I have to give the benefit of the doubt to the batter. In the end, David White survives. Boy with his heart but in his hand to be run out without even facing a delivery. One of the worst ways to go. We saw Roshan Primus with it earlier. So Kulvinder Singh, an eventful start to this innings. Just when you thought you've seen all the action in the first innings, the Blazers showing that they can. David White, who comes in, the power hitter. Second leading run scorer for this Blazers team. He's had a good start to the season. 184 runs for him. And boy, do they need him to fire today with 187 runs needed to hunt down.
Kulvinder Singh has got a lovely in-swing and he's quite a character. He's the gentle giant in the side.
I'm going to have to re-ball that one, Kulvinder Singh. I can tell you, the Silicon Valley Strikers, they've definitely been fed well in this tournament because they've been able to just be so good with the bat in hand. This is the wide. You can see there, though, trying to push the ball wide and bring it back into the right-hander. I say they've been fed so well because they've 6th time in a row that they've been able to go past 175. Lakshmi House of Spices coming in clutch for them this season. He's looking for ball coming back into the right-hander. So often you see poor left-arm seamer pushing the ball away. Singh is so dangerous. Not only when he executes that, but also the Yorkers that he can bowl.
Yeah, the Yorkers are like guided missiles. This swing at the last minute as well. He's got lovely in-swing going. And that's something that you always watch out for when Singh is in operation.
Oh, just out of the reach. Kulvinder Singh, there is that long off-field in place because he goes to that full length early. So fortunately for him, they will get away with it, but they need him to produce wickets. Look at the swing, though, the seam position. Everything just right. Remember, in the absence of Saurabh Netravalkar, who's with the USA international team in Zimbabwe, Kulvinder Singh, just 9 matches for him last season, picked up 13 wickets. Out appeal, but definitely sliding down the legs side. 5 wickets in 4 innings for Singh. Hasn't really found his rhythm yet in this 2022 Toyota Minor League Cricket Championship.
I thought he bowled beautifully in the last game, and especially with the way he picked up wickets. But you're right, when you look at it as a whole, the sample size increases, has got to improve. He withdrew the appeal at the same time appealed. He was somewhere in the middle at that time.
Sadeep Ganesh, you can clearly see, looking to attack. Yet to middle it though, yet to really time it. So he gets through for the quick single. They have to keep rotating the strike. The Blazers, with an asking rate of over 9.5 per over.
1 gone, 4 for no loss. The first over done and dusted with East Bay Blazers, 4 for no loss. Sadeep Ganesh and David White, both of them are off the mark. Sanjay Krishnamurthy, Arshdeep Brar, Gurbaksh Singh Khaira, Angelo Pereira. Well, there's a lot of batting to come, and I think Angelo would want to assume responsibility by marking it by playing in a different position today, and Mark Dayal would be very, very handy. It'll be very interesting to see how Mark Dayal is used in this run chase. He's a master of run chases, and this is a big one.
Rema Rifa comes into the attack. And will have the fact that he's got runs under his belt in the first innings. It will help him in terms of his rhythm, momentum, confidence. 2 left arm seamers to start for the Strikers. No ball signal straight away. Just overstepping and almost direct hit. Jayasuriya can't believe it. Had he hit the stumps there, would have been gone by a long way. Sidip Ganesh wanted a single but was far. So Raymond Rifa start.
Top work there, Shay. Top work there, Shay.
Both the openers of East Bay Blazers survive a run-out opportunity. He would have been a couple of yards short. Shehan Jayasuriya, one of the best fielders in the side.
Middle, please.
So almost like 2 bonus runs for the East Bay Blazers. Free hit delivery coming up. David White on strike, who's only faced 2 deliveries, but he has a gift now to maybe get him underway. Could just be what he needs. There he goes. It goes straight up. It will be caught, but it won't matter. Govinda Singh completes the catch. Celebrates as well to the crowd, but he knows it's a free hit. That's just the character Govinda Singh is, though. Such an animated player on the field. So fun as well. Enjoys the game.
Rafa survives the free hit. David White gave it all. Kulvinder, as soon as he came to know that it is not going to be a run, and started to celebrate.
Rifa went pace off for that delivery to David White, rolled his fingers over it, which meant that White would have to construct his own power. It's why it didn't go anywhere, just went straight up. And so far, an excellent start by him, just 3 runs conceded.
Full reef. Top areas here, Reaper. Come on, lads.
Just trying to find that wide line to Sidip Ganesh. 2 wide on that occasion. Mentioned though, this top 4 are going to be East Bay Blazers. All 4 past the 100-run mark. Just 2 wide, looking for the angle across Sidip Ganesh.
And not very convinced with the start as far as Raymond Rifa is concerned with the ball in hand. He's got a no ball, now a wide. He's got to find rhythm.
Almost out of the reach of Rifa. That left hand came out, but he wasn't able to catch it in time. Sidip Ganesh just looked for the middle. He's finally found it. Straight back down the ground for a boundary.
Checked his shot in the end, was in the air. It almost hung in the air. Would have had his heart in his mouth there, Sidip Ganesh. He did get a boundary, but I think he'd still be mentally unsettled a little. Wants to get settled with a shot from the middle of the bat that he meant to hit for 4.
Slower delivery, just picks it up, Sidip Ganesh. And just 1 lone fielder in that leg side. So 4, then a 6 for Ganesh.
That was stylish from Sidip Ganesh. The Bengaluru boy. Swift as ever with his wrist work. A full toss is a comfortable height as well. It doesn't miss out on opportunities like these, especially in the first 6. Didn't even have to try and hit it hard.
Good shot again, but this time straight to point. Mention how important this top 4 is. Mark Dale scheduled to come in next, then Angelo Pereira, the captain. All 4 of these top order batters are the only ones to cross 100 runs for this East Bay Blazers team. A team that has had to really adapt. Only 3 players from 2021 returning for this 2022 Minor League Cricket Championship season tournament presented by Sunoco. So they've had to find a new balance and find it quickly in such a tight Western Conference. They want to contend for that title after missing out on the playoffs last season. Just following in Raymond Rifa. Run out chance for the bowler's end. Didn't throw. Gary Graham didn't pick it up. And could have been in some deep trouble. There's been some risky running from these 2. We'll end the second over, an expensive one. 15 from it, 19 for none.
My son, he's so soft-spoken. Everyone says he's so good-looking, and he never forgets to call.
Hi, Mom. Born for your trousseau, the 2022 Tundra. Toyota, let's go places.
What's up, Doug? What got into you?
At Sunoco, we know how to fuel peak performance. Fuel your best.
Well, the Strikers, they've got to win this game to continue the unbeaten team in this 2022 Toyota Minor League Cricket Championship, presented by Sunoco. Whichever spices they've had by Lakshmi, the House of Spices, their official team sponsor. They want to keep that all the way through the month of August and all the way to Church Street Park, North Carolina, where they hope to return and hope to double and repeat their championship quest. Kulvinder Singh around the wicket. Down the track again, gets that big right foot out. It helped him in the end prevent a boundary. Ganesh has liked to go straight down the ground. I was kind of thinking about maybe the proposition of opening the batting with Mark, given the fact that you need to chase 187 and also that he opens for the St. Lucia Kings in the CPL. But instead they've opted to go for their reliable pairing, Ganesh and David White.
That begs the question. I'm very interested in seeing how Mark Dayal is used in this run chase. Would he be a finisher?
This time in the air, but David White times it so well. Once he got it past straight mid-wicket, it was always going to be a boundary. Just using that wrist work to get another boundary. Runs are flowing here for the Blazers.
I was in the air for a brief moment, but in the gap too. David White wasn't concerned. He knew he'd got it in the gap. This is a much-needed boundary for David White and East Bay Blazers, as this could be a signal of more to come. It's important that some efficiency is shown early in the innings while scoring runs, because 180 can very easily look like 200 with some good fielding efforts. We've got to maximize the first 6. They've got to do that.
Well, David White got to 37 from just 28 deliveries yesterday, so he's been in the runs. But of course, that 75 he's massacred against the Chicago Tigers just last weekend. That'll resonate in his mind, and he'll be looking to repeat a similar innings. Someone has got to put their hand up. We saw Jayasuriya with a superb knock. 1 in the top order. I can tell you, you asked about Mark Dayal's role. He's going to come in at number 3, and he's going to attack in this power play. He mentioned it after the last game. He only knows, especially on these small Morgan Hill boundaries, a good deck for batting. He will back himself to go over the ropes. Ganesh coming across his stumps. Good shot. Good innovation, making use of his crease. The runs are really flowing. The Strikers under pressure.
If the field cannot be changed, he'll create his own angles. Saidip Ganesh, what a good shot this one is.
But he's been hot and cold in this 2022 Minor League Cricket Championship, presented, of course, by Sunoco. It's been hot and cold, Saidip Ganesh, but this his first real knock of authority at the top of the order. Looks much more in rhythm, much more in sync so far as he moves on to 19.
Kulvinder Singh has got a backed offside field. 5 inside the circle on the off.
Down the leg side, and good take by Jariwala. Extras have been a problem we've seen for both of these teams. Kulvinder Singh has been very expensive uncharacteristically. Just hasn't found a rhythm. Economy of 8 in this tournament so far.
I think he's trying too hard there. It's important that Kulvinder doesn't let what happened on the very first ball play in his mind. Sticks to the basics, because he's got the skill to get it right.
Good delivery on a good length this time. And again, they're challenging the Strikers. They wanted to. Arsh Butch didn't go very far from him. They're challenging them though, the fielders, putting pressure on them.
This be half an opportunity. The replay will tell us. Had that been a clean pickup, I really believe Saidip Ganesh was struggling. He's hit it, so he knows how hard he has hit it. And this is where the pickup wasn't clean. And then, of course, tried for the second, which wasn't there.
It's very quick between the wickets. Saidip Ganesh, he bats himself. But a couple of close calls. Start like this, where you already raced the 30 inside the third over. You want to ensure you continue to put the pressure on. 31 for none after 3.
What he's doing, boy.
31 for no loss after 3 overs. Saidip Ganesh has got off to a good start. 20 of 13 scoring boundaries at will in areas of his liking. And David White, 7 of 6. Long batting. That's a good batting order. Sanjay Krishnamurthy, as Mark Dayal might be slotted in number 3, said Nikhil. Ashdeep Brar, Gurbaksh Singh Khaira, Angelo Pereira would be key in this run chase.
But it's going to be a change in the strikers. Another seam option into the attack. Roshan Primus, who has had an also slow start. Just the one over yesterday was very expensive, conceding 18 runs. Picked up a wicket, but didn't get back that ball in hand against the Surf Riders. Clean slate for him. He'll be looking to start well for his team. Didn't do much with the bat in hand. Has had a slightly different role for this team this season. Because they've been so strong, hasn't had much to do with the bat in hand. The ball, he's been used in spurts by Unmuk Chand, the captain.
I think it's not a bad option at all. Primus being used in short bursts because it can be something that doesn't neutralize him as a threat by overexposure.
This time, down the leg side, easy pickings for Saideep Ganesh. He's not going to miss out on that. A man that's in this type of nick in this innings.
Roshan Primus has the pace, but he doesn't have control, and it becomes a gift. Saideep Ganesh just holding the pose as well.
Primus, he's conceded over 8 runs and over, just picked up the 5 wickets in the 18 overs he's bowled so far in the minor league. This is a dream start for the East Bay Blazers, well past the asking rate. Good delivery, much better delivery, and it results in a rare dot.
Top areas, that's you, Prime, that's you, buddy! Keep hitting lengths here, Primus!
You could see that the keeper, Rahul Jariwala, is extremely chirpy as soon as that dot ball came into play. I think it's an unwritten rule these days for the keeper to be as chirpy as possible. Not only does he act as a motivator to every person on the field, but of course, a little distraction for the batter who's trying to have his own plans going.
This time it's in the air. Could that be the first for the strikers? It goes over his head. And it doesn't get to the boundary. Unmuk Chand is very quick. The captain coming back for 2 as well. Got to hurry. I think he's short. Just gets home in the end. The dive comes out. This man is a daredevil.
Good work, UC. Good work, UC.
He's taken on all the fielders, Saideep Ganesh. Backing himself, and he gets there.
2 for the shot and 1 for the throw.
Keep going, Prime.
Who gets there first? Almost touch and go once again. Saideep Ganesh, full stretch dive as Unmuk Chand gives the best throw possible from the deep. Roshan Primus collects it and whips the bails off, but the dive has saved Saideep Ganesh. This angle will tell you the intensity of the dive, as Roshan Primus would believe. There is a tornado that whizzed past him.
David White, again, has been a bit aerial, and again another quick swinger, another dive out. Remember, it's very tough for the umpires to make those calls in real time. They don't have the benefit of going upstairs, so more often than not, you'll see the benefit of the doubt given to the batting team, the batters in the middle. Unmuk Chand, he's had some work to do, extra cover, the captain. Such an athletic fielder, so quick. Save that boundary. Those small moments just could turn the tide in your favor. 148 more needed for the Blazers. Taking this down well. Still 2 deliveries remain in this 4th over. Well, every time he's made connection, Saideep Ganesh, he gave up there. 3 times he's been fortunate. Ganesh, well, he's had one thing on his mind, and that's just to run relentlessly.
Here we go, lads.
Been very lucky here, Saideep Ganesh.
1 run out here, boys. 1 run out here, boys. 8 to 3 run out here.
Saideep Ganesh, well, he had given up. Direct hit, and he would have continued the run to the pavilion.
Good work there, Shay. Top areas there, Primey. That's you.
You were mentioning the little things, Nikhil. This will go in a separate column of the coach. The little book that he carries, the direct hits, that's something that Silicon Valley strikers would want to improve and practice. Shrihan Jayasurya got a lot of reprieves, but the catches were not taken. Here is Saideep Ganesh getting some in return.
No! David White doing the right thing. We saw this yesterday from White. When Dayal was going, he was happy to just spend time at the crease, doing that well. Great start. Over 10 runs and over at the moment. End of 4, 40 for none.
4 overs gone, 40 for no loss, and looks like a wonderful track to bat. Saeedip Ganesh is 28 of 17, and he's done a lot of running and a lot of diving. David White, a runner ball 8 for him.
But I think if you are the East Bay Blazers, the key here is you want to get to this power play without losing a wicket. You'll be cognizant of the fact that this strikers team conceded 77 runs in the last 7 overs against a San Diego Surf Riders team late yesterday. It's going to be spin for the first time. Srinivas Raghavan, the leading wicket taker for the strikers. But just getting back to that point, you know you have Dayal, you know you have Angelo Pereira, and you know you have Vikash Mohan, who struck the ball so nicely at 158 strike rate. So you want to carry this game as deep as possible. What a dream start this is.
Srinivas Raghavan. It's time for spin, says Captain Unmukhchand. Srinivas got a lot of game time in the last game, of course. Today, can he be amongst the wickets?
Ganesh misses out. He knows it. It was a very full delivery, and I'm surprised by this move from Unmukhchand. Yes, it's 2 right-handers, but Raghavan, because of how slow he's bowling the ball, gives these 2 batters time to just size up their options. Just 2 allowed outside the circle in this first 6. This time in the air, just over that square leg fielder. Rimarifa's got work to do at deep mid-wicket. Keeps it to just 2. But Saeedip Ganesh, the intentions are clear.
Keep working for him, keep working for him here, lads.
Team in yellow. Srinivas Raghavan. See the East Bay Blazers, a lot of batting to come. Angelo Pereira will watch on.
Catch him, Dave.
No! Again, Saeedip Ganesh looking to go through that offside. Fielded as well in the end at cover. Striking the ball really powerful. You can hear the noise off the bat.
Good body there, Shabash.
This has been a decent spell so far from Raghavan. Just 2 runs conceded for the left-arm spinner. Down the track again, but it'll just be 1 deep mid-wicket in place. Or no, it won't. It will be a boundary. Raymond Rifa, he was there, but not quick enough.
Not a bad ball there.
Saeedip Ganesh, that was just effortless. Didn't even react.
Not a bad ball at all there, Srini. Top
Coming down the track this time, Srinivas Raghavan. Saeedip Ganesh, 2 Srinivas Raghavan. 34 for Ganesh. Magnificent stuff so far.
Keep working, Srini. Keep working, Srini. Come on, boys. 1 wicket
Umpires
here.
just taking a look at the ball. Want to make sure the shape, you can see there some of that seam tells you how Saeedip Ganesh has struck the ball. That ball is only 5 overs old, and already the seam coming apart tells you what happens when willow meets leather.
I think it's going to get a snip. Pair of scissors, what's coming out? It's a walkie-talkie that's come out. If that's the case, he's asking for a new ball. Yes, the box of balls would be there, and the umpire has to choose one from the buffet.
Well, if he has time to reflect on this Saeedip Ganesh innings so far, he's come into this with a strike rate of only 114. He struck it now to start. Been truly sensational. And Unmukhchand wanting a change of ball. Rimarifa's, I think, telling the umpires maybe to just snip the seam. You don't want to change the entire ball. So umpire Samir Bandekar with the ball in hand. Well, Gary Graham, they all want to have a look at it before it goes. He's a real character, Samir Bandekar. Likes to communicate with the players. Always there for a good laugh. But a very serious man once he stands behind those stumps.
I think he's not happy with the condition of the ball. It's not just the seam, but the condition of the ball in itself. Hence, even if you give the seam a snip, still the ball will be changed.
It may just be the shape as well. The power hitting may have just knocked the shape, deteriorated that white leather ball. So just a small hold up in play, which could be good for the strikers to stem the flow of scoring 9.86 the run rate, the asking rate just over 9. So dream start for the East Bay Blazers. Remember, a team currently in 3rd in this Western Conference.
Okay.
My son, he's so soft-spoken. Everyone says he's so good-looking, and he never forgets to call.
Hi, Mom. Born for your trousseau, the 2022 Tundra. Toyota, let's go places.
What's up, Doug? What got into you?
At Sunoco, we know how to fuel peak performance. Fuel your best.
7. So it's going to be a new ball. But whilst we have this change in ball, it gives me time to spend on how just a fantastic partnership has been. These 3 corporate partners have done so well to grow this game. This is the 2nd year for this 2022 Toyota Minor League Cricket Championship. Boy, has it been so fantastic to just take the game all over the world. So many in the Caribbean as well tuning in to see the likes of Raymond Rifa, Roshan Primus. The list goes on and on. Chanapal Hemraj got 100 earlier today. Toyota, Sunoco, and of course Dafa News, the official sponsors of this league. Just about ready to get underway now. The umpires taking a lot of time out to get that ball right.
Just get a feeling Unmukt has got to have a word with the officials.
It's a big stoppage of play. About 5 minutes now where we haven't had a single ball bowled. It tells you cricket is such a funny game. You have 15 adults on the field, and a small circular ball is the reason that they've all stopped. Fantastic game, this.
It's a vital cog for our game to go on, isn't it? And so much changes when you get a different ball as well. It might be very new, so might come onto the bat really well. Hence, Unmukt is concerned.
So I can tell you, I think what's happening here is that the umpires have chosen a ball, but I don't think they have one that's very similar to the condition. So Unmukt Chan is going to his own reinforcements.
Even if he did so, it's very difficult to say. Here, have a ball which 4.4 overs old. 46 runs have been scored of it, and that too in these many boundaries with this much power hitting. It's impossible.
With a smile on his face, Mark Dayal. Unmukt Chan has gone in to get something. The umpire's still having a conversation about this ball, this white ball.
We earlier thought it's the scissors coming out, a quick snip, a quick haircut, and then we're all sorted. That doesn't seem to be the case. Oh, and as Nikhil, who loves puns, would say, that doesn't seem to be the case.
Rimarifa, he's approved. Unmukt Chan is approved. And finally, we get action back at Morgan Hill. Had to wait about 7 minutes just to see a single ball. We are here playing cricket. So if you're at home, don't go anywhere, because this run chase is very much on. 46, 141 runs needed. The batters, well, they've had a good break. Saideep Ganesh, how much would that affect him, though?
Any stop in play is stop in momentum. Saideep Ganesh wouldn't have wanted the game to stop at any cost. He's looking good, 34 of 21. And you really hope that this little halt to the game is not a break in momentum, a break in concentration for the batters.
We apologize for any explicit language heard through the stump mics. Srinivas Raghavan, 6 from his first 4 deliveries. So finally can... And a dot ball straight away. Has to almost start over after that much stoppage in play. Saideep Ganesh probably the most infuriated. Not like the strikers intentionally wanted to stop. This time though, lavish through the offside, and he will get runs. 4 of them. And a good way to end the over. 10 coming from it.
Oh, good hit. Inside out. It's one of his favorite strokes as well. And that Halton players just asked him to replenish his energies while he plays this shot. It hasn't done any bad to his concentration. Beautiful shot indeed.
The longest over in history comes to an end, 50 without loss. David White, well, he's been a mere bystander in this partnership. Run a ball 8 for him. Yet still, they've scored at 10 runs and over. Primus first over went for 9, back into the attack. Down the track. And this one will beat that mid-off fielder, and they will have work to do. It tells you how good this track is. Both teams, the batting has been tremendous.
I am very convinced after this shot that it is a belter. You can hit through the line like that. And on this kind of an outfield, you got to say this is game on.
Does tell you a lot, though, about David White and how much of a thinker of the game he is. Knowing that Primus loves that hard length, he came down the track and was able to get close to the pitch to hit it down the ground and did. This time, though, a bit wider. Was there a small touch on it? Jariwala was excited.
Jariwala is still wondering, why wasn't my appeal entertained? And Roshan saying, I did not go up in appeal because I really believe there was nothing on it. Wasn't very far away from the bat, though.
What's that, Ants? What's that?
Just retaking guard, David White. As an opener, you always like to know where all 3 of your sticks are. And he does come across his off stump. Helps him get in line and helps him just be so powerful down the ground. This time, though, pulls into the onside, but straight to mid-on. Sidey, he would have wanted a run there. 3 times already could have been run out in this innings.
Roshan Primus so far, after giving that boundary, has come back well with 2 dot balls. As far as East Bay Blazers are concerned, they would be... This is a lovely batting track. The ball's coming onto the bat nicely. It's not deteriorated at all. Hit through the line, get runs.
Again down the track. This time, though, maximum from David White. The power of the South African opener. The East Bay Blazers are well on the charge. Worry for the defending champions.
The seam comes out of the ball once again as it takes a tonking from David White's bat. Clean hitting at its best. He's using every inch of his height here to top the bounce that Primus might want to generate. This is that kind of a track indeed. You can dance down the track and still hit it like that. Just look at the line, go through it. David White would believe after this start that this game is on.
Well, very tough for Primus because he's gone to that good length. Haven't been terrible deliveries, but what White has done so well is just come down the track. The ball has sat up, and he's been able to just connect so well. It will make Unmup Chan think now about that 6th option, where they have had real struggles with. Devtadani still not into the attack as yet. Pranay Suri can offer some off spin, but you have 2 right-handers at the crease, so he'll have to do some thinking. Unmup Chan, the captain. What a start this is by the Blazers. Their best of the tournament against arguably the best team, the unbeaten team. White goes again, but there is long on in place. So a rare single. Well, it's all happened in this inning so far. We've had near run-out chances.
Finish well, Prime, finish well, Prime.
6s, boundaries. No wickets as yet, though. Roshan Primus, 11 runs from the over. They want to close it out well. Desperately will this Valley Strikers team need a wicket, need to break this partnership. Sadeep Ganesh has been the main aggressor.
He's been the main aggressor, but he's been started the strike in this over as he's got the best seat in the house to witness some fantastic batting from David White.
No 3rd in place. He's got a long on and a deep mid-wicket. 2 in the onside. Where does he bowl in terms of the line? Coming across his stumps. Felt he missed out there with fine. But a big over for the Blazers as this massacre continues. 61 for none.
Let's play the game now. Let me see if you have four.
East Bay Blazers get off to a blazing start indeed. At 10 and over, 6 overs gone, 61 for no loss. Saideep Ganesh and David White have put together 61 in beautiful fashion. 38 of 24 for Saideep and David White getting on with the act there with a wonderful 6 and 4 in the previous over.
More than 10 runs and over scored. And what's to excite them is that their leading run scorer, Martial, hasn't come to the middle as yet. You look at where the Silicon Valley Strikers were at this stage, 42 for 2 after 6. So it's been a much better power play as well in the wickets column. Still the full hutch remaining, 10 wickets in hand. You have to think maybe at this stage, WinViz could be just siding with the East Bay Blazers. What an upset it would be to hand the defending champions their first loss of this 2022 Toyota Minor League Cricket Championship. Raghavan continuing. Not ready yet though. So now outside the power play, he can bowl with those 5 outside. Starts well. This is where Srinivas Raghavan though has been so brilliant in the middle overs for this team. He's the leading wicket taker.
Top start there, Srini.
He's picked up 8 wickets in the 6 innings, averaging 17, but more importantly, the economy rate less than 6 runs and over through this middle phase. Can he pull things back for this Strikers team and get a wicket?
Just get a feeling that he'll be slowing it down rather than darting it in. Now that he has extra cushion, first power play has been lifted.
Down the track again, and has enough. Just be wide, and it goes all the way for another maximum. Saideep Ganesh, what a day he's having with the bat in hand.
Moves on to 44 with that big hit. Dance. And choosing the right area once again, straight down the ground. That bat face also opening a little bit more. Elevation, not a problem.
Always tough as a spinner on this venue because of how small those strip boundaries are. This time though, bat on it. That is exquisite from Saideep Ganesh, who's done in this innings. 2 away from a half century, his first.
Saideep Ganesh peaking at the right time. His team desperately needed a good start. Now turns to be a lefty to access the gap that he wants the most. Here is a man who makes you feel 15 men are required to field.
Goes again. Well, he's not letting up. Foot pressing on that gas pedal, the accelerator for the East Bay Blazers. All of a sudden, that asking rate has come down to under 9. It's just one big over. That's all you need, especially outside this power play. This could be that over that they so badly desired. The East Bay Blazers to continue the momentum, continue the run scoring. David White has to be sensible here. You don't want to lose a wicket. You don't want to break this partnership.
Finish with the wicket, Srini. Come on, boys. Keep talking on the inside here, lads.
Really is a beautiful day, though, at Morgan Hill.
Oh, shot.
Here it is. Power. Boom by David White. He wants to get in on the fun as well. The Silicon Valley Strikers are in real danger.
It's been a while since you've seen someone toy with the bowling of Silicon Valley Strikers. David White puts on the skating shoes. No half measures whatsoever. Clean hitting, extension of arms, and the ball flies away into oblivion.
18 runs from the over, from the 7th over outside the power play. 79 for none. Well, in this 2022 Toyota Minor League Cricket Championship, what a start this has been for the East Bay Blazers, led by that man Saideep Ganesh, supported well by David White. This Blazers team to beat the Grizzlies and the Strikers. What a huge success that would be for them. Pranay Suri is going to come into the attack. Still so much batting to come. Dream start, scoring at over 11 runs and over.
Pranay Suri, the team so often looks at him when they need wickets. Today has to deliver. What a terrific start this is for East Bay Blazers as Pranay Suri has been asked to bowl and try and provide the breakthrough. Silicon Valley strikers are looking for a man with a golden arm. Can Pranay Suri be the man with a golden arm today?
Primus is off the field. Can you show us the blue team dugout? Around the wicket, Suri. Good start by him. Bold move by Unmukt Chan. After the last over, spin has gone for 18 runs, but Suri a lot flatter in his trajectory. Still looking for that first wicket desperately.
Check that. He's saying move Faji a little bit finer and move these guys over.
Roshan Primus off the field. Injury. He has struggled with that hamstring injury back in Barbados in the club tournament.
One.
And as well, he wasn't doing much bowling. Ganesh called for 2, but just going to be a single. So Primus now, if he goes down in terms of with injury, will be an important 3 overs for Unmukt Chan to make up.
Good work, Srinate. Good work, Deva.
And that will be a half century for Saidik Ganesh. Truly magnificent innings by him. The young man picking up his highest score of the tournament, first 50, and it'll do his confidence a world of good.
Come, Pranay.
Peaking at the right time, Saidik Ganesh, subdued celebrations as he puts his head down.
One in the middle here, boys.
It shows that he wants to continue to bat for his side. 50 is just a landmark for him, but a landmark only to be celebrated if his team gets over the line. That is such great commitment to watch.
Yourself. Nice, Pranay.
And knows that someone has got to put their hand up in this top order early on.
Keep talking on the inside here, lads.
Rahul Jariwala is trying to will his team back into this game. So far, they've been bolstered out of the attack. Good delivery, though. This is a good over from Pranay Suri. Just 1 run from it so far.
Ball there. Keep talking, boys. Keep talking, your boys.
And I like the way he's changing the pace as well. He's not scared of tossing it up at times. He's not scared of slowing down the delivery.
This time, though, in the onside, there is that deep mid-wicket in place. And it splits the gap. Splits the 2 fielders. Well, David White has timed the ball really well today at Morgan Hill.
Two shot for anybody's liking. David White sitting deep inside the crease has put this away right in the gap.
It was all about
keep going, Pranay. Keep
394 runs to David White in 14 innings. He only got 350s and averaged over 30 though this season. He wants to kick on. The former captain. Now that weight's off his shoulders, looks a lot freer. He does enjoy leading this team, and he has a part to play in his leadership, especially at the top of the order for the East Bay Blazers. A good over nonetheless though for Suri. Concedes just 6, 85 for none.
My son, he's so soft-spoken. Everyone says he's so good-looking, and he never forgets to call.
Hi, Mom. Born for your trousseau, the 2022 Tundra. Toyota, let's go places.
What's up, Dad? What got into you?
At Sunoco, we know how to fuel peak performance. Fuel your best.
For bowling change.
Cool. Can I take middle, please?
You can see the temperatures really ramping up here at Morgan Hill. Such a scenic venue to play cricket, to be privileged to have this 3rd weekend of the 2022 Toyota Minor League Cricket Championship. This premium weekend, of course, on Willow TV and the MLC Network. And you talk about premium, it's been all premium batting from this opening pair. Dev Thadani into the attack. The under 21 player, well, what a big situation this is for him to bowl in. If he can get a wicket like he's done throughout this tournament.
In the lead up to this tournament, best bowler in an NSL, team looking for a wicket.
Starts well to David White. Not the tallest of men, Dev Thadani. So because of that variable bounce we have seen over the 2 days, something for David White and Saidik Ganesh to think about. I can tell you though, Saidik Ganesh, the way he's batted, he's looking to attack. 29 deliveries for his 50. Still have so much batting left. What a start this has been for the East Bay Blazers. And at a similar stage, after 8 overs, they were only 56 for 2, the Silicon Valley Strikers.
Dave Thadani is a skiddy customer on a track where batters are hitting through the line. It'll be very, very useful. if he hits the right length. Not too full, not too short.
Another single for Ganesh. Saideep Ganesh has got to bide himself well.
Keep backing him on the inside here, boys. Backing him on the inside.
No, just one of the cameras on the pitch. This surface, you mentioned because of that clay-like soil that they have here, it's held together really well. Better than yesterday, even though it's been so dry, and it's been because of that green grass. Much better delivery from Devton, and these last 2 overs have been really good from the strikers to come back. Just on the surface though, that big patch of grass has helped the mud to just stay together, and it's kept this such a good surface for batting. Whereas yesterday we saw those cracks really begin to open up. The spinners came into play. Today though, it's been a runs fest. 186 by the strikers, and so far, wow, 87 for none. Down the track again, but just be a single.
Wait! Oh.
Ooh, Dave. Finish well, Dave. Finish well, Dave.
While the world was looking at the surface, all that I could think of was David White was waving the bat. He's done so like a magic wand, and he's used it like a magic wand today.
Coming across this crease, and wow, fine leg up in the circle. This young man has been brilliant. One word to describe him, brilliant.
Saideep Ganesh dancing across and fine leg up in the circle is crime for a man who's hitting it almost at will behind square. Where do you bowl to him? And the fact that he moves so very late, it's worked for Saideep Ganesh. Everything that he's touching is turning to gold. East Bay Blazers are having a start.
It was an important boundary because just 3 runs has been scored off the first 4 deliveries. He had to get that. Oh, what a delivery though. Better from the Tadani. Pulls the length back. Could have easily crashed into the top of off, but it's been Ganesh's day. 92 for none.
Oh, good comeback. Very good comeback indeed. Saideep Ganesh still feels he's missed out on that one. End of the over. 9 overs gone. No loss.
There's so much batting to come. You'll think about the names
Because it's really easy to get out
on this batting card.
there. Might be covers.
Dayal, Pereira, Vikash Mohan,
He do long.
who struck it to all parts at 150 in this tournament. Sanjay Krishnamurti, he more than can bat. He's a very talented young player, so you have to say favourites at this stage. The asking rate under 9 has to be the East Bay Blazers.
A little bit as well.
In the entire tournament, this edition, 2022 Toyota Minor League Cricket Championship, the bowling of Silicon Valley strikers has never been tested to this much. Not to this extent.
Good delivery though. Good delivery from Ganesh. They want to. Ganesh is coming.
Take him.
He's so quick, Saideep Ganesh. And one thing about him, you put it all on the line. Could already easily been run out 3 times in this innings. Of course, this 2022 Toyota Minor League Cricket Championship presented by Sunoco.
On the inside here, lads.
You want to check all the summary, the synopsis on this game on Dafa News later today. It'll be there. And all the weekend action across the minor league, both the Atlantic and Pacific. This time in the air. He hasn't got it. David White knows it. And the wicket falls. Catch taken in the deep. And it's the captain, Unmuk Chan, who's positioned himself there for that reason. Huge strike. Could that be the one that gets the strikers back in this game?
Pranay Suri. Well, slightly short, I still believe, but didn't get it from the middle of the bat. And a good catch by Unmuk Chand under pressure. First wicket's down. It's David White after getting a wonderful start. Goes for another 6, 1 too many in the end. He departs for 33, 94 for 1.
It was fitting that Chan was the one to complete that catch because the captain has trusted Pranay Suri and he's made the breakthrough for his team. Mark Dayal comes to the middle now. A man that will really like this opportunity because the spinners, well, the spin of Suri in effect. He's a left-hander, so will like the fact that he can get the ball to spin away. Leading run scorer for this East Bay Blazers team, 194. It's been a real revelation with the bat in hand and with the ball, picking up 2 more wickets today.
16.1 overs. Copy that, thank you.
So you can see Unmuk Chan just marshalling his troops. That was the wicket that they needed to get back in this game. Mark Dayal, though, he'll be known very well by Roshan Primus, who spent some time with him in the Trinidad team. Raymond Rifa, of course. CPL is such a tight-knit tournament. A lot of the players know each other, know the weaknesses, the strengths. So Rifa will know how his team should.
Yeah, so Gary backward, right? Gary,
backward point in place for Mark Dayal.
Yeah, that's okay.
Conventional 5 out, 2 sweepers, long on, long off. 2 in the onside, actually.
Down, Gary.
This time goes so hard, especially against the spin. I just wonder which side if Ganesh at the other end has the opportunity to buy this time.
Come Pranay. Down, Gary, down.
Off the mark.
Nice, Gary.
No, he's not. See it as well, Gary Graham. This could be what they need, the pressure.
Bolt Pranay.
Getting back on the East Bay Blazers.
Good start here, Pranay.
That asking rate still close to 9 and over. Exactly 9. This time in the air, but just wide of that man. And it's going to be a boundary to get Mark Dayal underway. He's that type of player, aggressive.
All 3 balls, he's hit it from the middle of the bat. This is the one where he found the gap. The ball is racing away to the fence. Good outfield, good pitch to bat on. This game is on. East Bay Blazers 98 for 1.
It's an interesting field he has, Pranay Suri. Clearly he's trying to bowl sort of that shorter length because he's got 2 in the onside, 1 at deep backward square and the other at deep mid-wicket. 2 sweeping on that leg side boundary. Wants to be there, very straight line. Dayal wants to. Ganesh is running to the danger end. Gets there comfortably in the end. Is there a single that Sadiq Ganesh won't commit to?
The fact that he got there comfortably in the end makes it an NFT moment. Saideep Ganesh so quick between the wickets. Responds to almost every call.
End of 10, 100 face stage of the innings.
Oh, what a start this is for East Bay Blazers. 100 for 1 at the halfway mark. Saideep Ganesh, the surviving opener, 55 of 32. Mark Dayal's walked out in number 3, and he has his task cut out.
Dev Tadani will come back into the attack. Just 1 over for 7 runs. That could have been the over that just helped put some of that pressure back on the East Bay Blazers. Boy, do they need more wickets, more of what Suri was able to do, because you think about it, just 87 runs needed from 10. You bat the Blazers, a team that to chase that down. Sadiq Ganesh, though, since the wicket of David White, has slowed down just a bit. So it brings Mark Dayal on strike. Mark Dayal likes pace on the ball. Can just use it, doesn't have to try to generate too much.
Middle, please. 31 center, sir.
Mark Dayal, what young Tadani is going to be careful of is the fact that how much room is he giving Mark Dayal, because he has the tendency to just open the face of the bat and run it down to third man, get 4. And he'll do it day in and day out.
Just been retained by the St. Lucia Kings for the upcoming 2022 edition of the Caribbean Premier League. In action right after this minor league, but he'll want to win this first. Win this Toyota Minor League Cricket Championship for his East Bay Blazers team. Good Yorker ball by Thadani. Anytime you keep Mark Dayal out of the boundaries, it's always a good success.
Very interested in seeing the plans for Mark Dayal. Silicon Valley strikers would have done their homework. Saideep Ganesh, he's the one holding this innings together. He holds the key. Mark Dayal can be the aggressor. If Saideep Ganesh can provide him the launch pad, He's providing a lovely launch pad at the moment, though.
There it is, wicket. And could this just be the turning point in the innings? Look at what it means to young Dev Tadani, knowing he's got the crucial wicket of the dangerous Saideep Ganesh. One wicket always brings two in T20 cricket. He's done it again.
Diamonds are made under pressure. Dev Tadani, a shining diamond, change in pace, and a well-set Saideep Ganesh swivels but doesn't get any part of the below. Timber is heard and Dev Tadani knows the wicket. Two new men at the crease as this surviving opener will trudge back to the pavilion. For a man who was so flamboyant throughout the innings is undone by a ball which was straight enough. 56 of 34, 102 for 2 East Bay Blazers.
Well, it will mean Angelo Pereira. This was the partnership that got this East Bay Blazers team up to 174 against the Lone Star Athletics. 58 from Pereira, 54 from Dayal. What a season he's had, though, in his very first in the USA. 152 runs, 7 matches, a healthy average and a great strike rate. He's striking at close to 130 in this tournament. Does like to take some time to get in, Pereira. A man with so much experience at the international level. Any professional T20s, over 114 T20s, over 2,000 runs for the young batter from Sri Lanka.
I'll tell you what, on a track of this kind, I don't think he's going to take any time in getting going. Angelo Pereira, I'll tell you what, I'll be very surprised. Well, the furniture is still not set. The furniture is still not set, and now is when the keeper realizes, oops, the stump has got to be the way it was before. And Pereira himself has helped.
So, Dev Tadani just grown in confidence as this tournament has progressed. Yesterday was brought in the 7th over, today for his team. Pereira, classy shot, wants to. Martial's running and does well. The attack, Kulvinder Singh. Martial, that was closer than it looked. In the end, a direct hit from that distance. You never know, it could have been very interesting. You then rely on the human eye to make that decision. In the end, though, safe and sound.
Angelo Pereira's approach over here would be interesting to watch. Would he try to be the anchor for this innings going forward, or would he be the aggressor? Just get a feeling he'll be the former.
This time wide outside the off stump, just looking to beat those two fielders inside the circle. Well, Angelo Pereira able to do so.
We've watched Angelo bat all around the world. It's one of his favorite strokes and gets it for 4 more often than not. He was livid with himself as he saw the ball not leave the 30-yard circle.
I'll tell you, these two have a very good understanding. Mark Dayal, Angelo Pereira. This time, again to the offside, and again past that extra cover fielder. And this time, though, it's in the boundary. That's the result he's been looking for. Pereira, he's an explosive player. Small man, but packs the punch.
Pereira gets it in the cap this time, and no stopping. Too much width.
Well, good to see for the Silicon Valley Strikers. Primus back on the field. End of 11, 108 for 2.
1, 2, 3.
Well, what an understanding, what a relationship these two in the middle will have. Angelo Pereira, Mark Dayal, both played in the last T10, Abu Dhabi T10 for the Chennai Braves. So both will be looking now to just carry on and do what they did in that T10 tournament for the team. For that Chennai Braves team, Pereira was able to manage 187 runs and strike at 170 in that tournament.
60 of 29, unforgettable innings.
Mark Dayal, though, batted at 6 mostly for that Braves team, so different role for him. But he likes to bat against that newer ball at the top. Does it for the St. Lucia Kings now for 2 seasons. There you go, Knight Riders in and out of the team in his first couple seasons. This time tries to create room.
Back it!
By Suri, though, to follow him. Just
No one
sense,
there.
though, the energy in this innings has increased, and they're going to come back for 2 as well. Sloppy work. We saw it be a real trouble point. East Bay Blazers team, when they were in the field, the strikers have got to hold their nerve, got to keep it together.
It's important Silicon Valley strikers do not lose their concentration. They understand they've picked up a wicket. Now it's some rebuilding phase that can happen. It's important to keep the...
Dale again.
Spinning,
Creating the room, trying to go through the outside, but he keeps finding that cover field. The Roshan Primus situated there. It's a very hard man to beat, Primus in the deep. And again, Dale and Angelo Pereira still continuing to build this partnership. They've got to start from scratch.
Not that much.
2 wickets have fallen in the last 2 overs.
Center.
Both the openers after a 100-run partnership. Got to go. So you probably the 2 players you want, though, in the middle at this stage, with now 74 runs needed in the remaining 8.5 overs. Again, down the ground, straight, very straight. Wants to, but not going to get it that time. Angelo Pereira, because of that smaller straight boundary, just 55 yards. That straighter boundary, always tough to run to there. Looked at this ground, though. It reminds me a lot of a Sharjah ground a couple of years ago, which was so small, straight. These batters will really relish this opportunity to attack the spin.
You see, a little bit straighter.
Mark Dayal's approach has been puzzling. He was looking to go for the big shot on the off and realized he's only getting a single with so much risk for that.
This time, again, looks for it.
One got him, Reefer,
in the gap as well. Wants to. You're hearing that a couple times between these two. 2 is the call straight away.
Finish well now,
They've had to correct it, and it tells you the intent
keep talking inside, boys. Keep
is a good one between this partnership.
He's also striking the ball hard. When you hit it hard, it reaches the fielder quickly. That's something that you plan. If you get it in the gap and you hit it hard, it goes quickly, skids away for 4. If you hit it with soft hands but hit it to the fielder, you still have an opportunity to come back for 2.
Really good over for Pranay Suri. Excellent close out by him.
Top six.
And in the end, just 5 runs from the over. They're coming back into this game. The Silicon Valley Strikers, 114 for 2. You can see still a lot of batting to come. Vikash Mohan, who's batted in good finishing roles for this East Bay Blazers team. You look at Sanjay Krishnamurti, but don't forget about Jaron Alfred. He can bat. He was brought in for his all-round ability, not just the fast bowling. So they have a lot of power to come.
6 bowlers have been used so far. Dev Tadani picked up an important wicket of Sai Ganesh. Kulvinder Singh, well, he's got to find the rhythm very, very soon. Reefer has been given the second spell here. Just 1 over for him, which went for 15 and was taken off the attack. Now Reefer would want to paint a different picture, write a different script. Still 2 new men at the crease comparatively.
You don't expect Raymond Reefer to bowl a very long spell here, because Umuk Chan will know he's got to go to his main man in the last 5, especially the way this game is going, the direction. 72 needed from 8, you expect it to go deep. Reefer's got 3 remaining. First one in the power play, he just was a little slow to get that rhythm. A couple of loose deliveries, a full toss which went for 6. Now bowling to the 2 new batters, 2 relatively new batters you could say, will help his cause. That run rate still at 9.5. These 2, since coming to the crease, put on 14 runs in the last 2. Even though it hasn't been the carnage that we saw from the openers, they're still well ahead. 30 runs ahead of where the Silicon Valley Strikers were at this stage. They were only 84 for the same 2 wickets. The East Bay Blazers literally have this win on a silver platter. They have to close out well with their experienced members. The Strikers will know if they take 2 wickets, they are back on top. Pace off straight away. Pereira connecting well, but finding Kulvinder Singh at long off. And you'll know that he's pushing the ball across him. Angelo Pereira, the left arm seam of Raymond Reefer.
Mark Dayal on strike. He's already played a couple of roles. One is to anchor the innings, one to be the finisher in this Toyota Minor League Cricket Championship presented to you by Sunoco.
Of course, Toyota taking the game globally. And Raymond Reefer, man from the Wanderers Cricket Club back in Barbados. There it is. He's a wicket taker, a born wicket taker. And he goes Yorker to Mark Dayal and has a little laugh with him as well. The two West Indians. What a wicket that is. They are looking to be cheeky. Goes Yorker and goes into the stumps.
Let's just say, while celebrating camaraderie, Rifa 1, Dayal 0. Cheeky behind the wicket. Well, that was too full for his liking. And that is the frame that sums up the story.
Well, Dayal knew straight away he missed out. It was great adjustment. And Raymond Rifa, they're good friends off the field. Dayal gone for 11. And, well, the Blazers, not the wicket that they wanted to lose. 115 for 3. Well, as Unmuk Chan always knew he had one up his sleeve because Rifa had 3 remaining. He went back to him inside this 13th over. Boy, has he produced. Game far from over. Jaron Alfred, this is what I was talking about. Comes to the middle. Not much batting for him in this minor league. But in the Trinidad T10 Blast, 147 runs and a strike rate of 160. He was the 10th leading run scorer, so he can really thump it. Good X-Factor, played by Angelo Pereira and his East Bay Blazers team. Raymond Rifa, how good was that? Started with a cutter, then went to the Yorker. It's what you want from your T20 specialists, to find those Yorkers with great regularity.
Left arm over. 4 to come.
That just begs the question. If Jaron Alfred bats now, his role is clear-cut. Go for the big shots while Angelo plays the longer innings.
This time, off the mark straight away, Jaron Alfred, but there is protection in the deep.
Nikhil, then if Angelo is going to play the longer innings and play the anchor's role, you think it's going to be Vikash Mohan to finish off?
Well, no one can play the anchor role here. You need that asking rate creeping up close to 10 and over now. So you have to look to score boundaries. And they'll know that they're playing against the defending champions, the unbeaten Silicon Valley Strikers, who, mind you, were very expensive yesterday in the last 7 overs. This time in the air. Could it be 2 in the over? Unmuk Chan, he doesn't drop many. And it is 2. The loud roar from Rifa as he's got his man. Slower delivery, pace off, goes straight up. And the Silicon Valley Strikers, this is why they're unbeaten.
The men in blue, Silicon Valley Strikers, fight back. The slower delivery comes so very well. A wonderful catch once again from the most athletic, the skipper himself, Unmuk Chan. Right underneath this one. And the expressions tell you the story that it's a huge wicket. Removes his counterpart with a catch of that kind. 9 of 7. Angelo Pereira trudging back to the pavilion. East Bay Blazers lose their skipper. 116 for 4.
Well, 2 in the over for Raymond Rifa. It's why Unmuk Chan went back to him. Sanjay Krishnamurti, such a talented young player. Saw him in the wickets yesterday. Didn't bowl today. Played for this East Bay Blazers team. One of only 3 players to return for this 2022 season. But the runs have been hard to come by. You need to get a good score, especially now losing 2 wickets. You don't often see Unmuk Chan, the captain, on the boundary. But just pushed it while Raymond Rifa went pace off, and he's positioned there for a reason, knowing the importance of an opportunity when it presents itself. And look at the expression from Chan. Looks straight away to his team, his supporters. Raymond Rifa again. Chan came in a long way and it just went over his head. Jaron Alfred could have been 3 in the over.
Raymond cannot believe that. Here comes the 3rd one in the pocket. He was almost a bit off there. No chance for Unmuk Chan on that occasion. And this is how this game changes very quickly. 120 for 4 now, the East Bay Blazers. Despite the 2 wickets in the over, a boundary achieved.
Again, going for that pace-off delivery, pushing it wide. What a superb over this has been from Raymond Rifa. Yes, the boundary, 6 runs, but 2 wickets. Crucial wickets as well. 120 for 4.
My son, he's so soft-spoken. Everyone says he's so good-looking, and he never forgets to call.
Hi, Mom. Born for your trousseau, the 2022 Tundra. Toyota, let's go places.
He has that too, right?
What's up, Doug? What got into you?
At Sunoco, we know how to fuel peak performance. Fuel your best.
Leg stump, left arm round. Middle stump.
Well, this fantastic facility at Morgan Hill. I want to say a special thank you to all of the volunteers making this happen over the 2 days, this third weekend. Every weekend, this tournament, this 2022 Toyota Minor League Cricket Championship presented by Sunoco has just got better and better. How do they top this? Next week, the premium coverage moves over to St. Louis, and it will be action all around Houston. And then on the Atlantic side of things, of course, the New Jersey teams, Atlanta. You have to love this time of the year because it's just cricket thick and fast. Raghavan into the attack.
1-1, Gary, 1.
Very interesting now that Unmuk Chan has gone back to his left-arm spinner. After he was very expensive early on, conceded 28 runs in his first 2. Not characteristic of Raghavan. Tight in the middle for this team, leading wicket taker for them.
Thank you. Both Srini, come on, lads. One straight up here, boys. One straight up here, lads.
You can hear all of a sudden
Come,
body
Srini,
language
come on,
has
boys.
changed.
Come on, boys.
It's what happens when you take
not easy
not
from
only
here,
one
boys.
but
It's not
2
easy
wickets
from
in
here,
and over.
boys. Long way to go here, boys.
Required rates not coming down, 9.6. They've got to be relentless.
This time Alfred making his intentions clear though. Wants to go after the boundaries. That's why he's sent in at 5.
No worries,
Krishnamurti
no
is
worries.
very quick. Gets back there for 2 so
No
easily.
worries. Both Srini, well both, Srini, well both.
Giving Shian
Good
Jasuri a
length,
taste
good
of his own
length,
medicine.
really good length,
So how
Srini.
many
Keep
doubles
talking
he was
on the
able to
inside here,
run
boys. Come on.
in that 86.
Here we go, Srini. Here we go, Srini.
Goes again on the back foot this time, and he will get it
No worries,
all
no
the
worries,
way.
Srini.
Coming near
Length,
to
Srini,
us in the
length,
commentary box, Alfred. I
Keep
keep
talking
telling
inside,
you, he
boys.
packs
Keep
the
talking
punch
inside
on
here,
Alfred
boys.
with the long levers that he possesses.
Come, Srini, keep talking on the inside
On
here,
the
boys.
back foot, well, moving away, the weight
Come,
is not
Srini, come,
into the
Srini.
shot. Still, it's the power of the man.
Your wicket,
Straight.
Srini, your wicket, Srini. Come on, boys.
Into that side screen, it crashes.
Catch it.
Again this time. But the man in the deep, Arsh Butch, can't complete the catch. Really should have been taken, had so much acreage behind him.
Srini, keep going, Srini. Come on, boys.
Misjudged it completely.
Keep going,
Two
keep
back-to-back
going, Srini, keep going.
sixes.
Come on, lads.
Just what the East Bay Blazers
Keep
wanted.
fighting,
They
boys.
wanted
Just keep fighting.
some
You're
luck
bowling
as
well,
well.
Srini.
And Arsh Butch running in meant that luck is also being served to them. So rubbing salt on the wound here. Srinivas Raghavan has been very expensive today.
Come, Srini, come on, boys.
Suddenly the second one, which is supposed to be a wicket, was going according to plan, has also been converted into a 6 due to lapse in concentration from the fielder.
You mentioned the difficulty for the slower spinners at this venue. Gonna get some words of advice from his captain, Unmuk Chan. Batter, please. Well, I want to look at Jerron Alfred, who was brought in as a replacement for Carmine LaRue, the all-rounder. They wanted something with the bat in hand. This is why Alfred, 19 from 6, he struck 2 maximums. Not the best day with the ball or in the field, but if he can win it for his team, that will be forgotten. 43 runs conceded for Srinivas Raghavan, a man that has only conceded an economy rate of 5.96 coming into this game. An ever impressive Srinivas Raghavan.
Catch it.
Short again. It's aerial, up and over. Arsh Butch can only watch it sail. Tried to take that catch again.
Hat-trick of 6s. But Jared, what a shot once again, targeting the same area.
Come, Srini, come on, boys.
And sending it sailing this time around. Srinivas Raghavan. Where does he bowl? He's created the opportunity, but that hasn't gone his way. He's having one of the tough days in the office.
This was the big over. This was the big over that the Blazers needed to get them back on track. 20 runs were scored in the last 3 overs. Way under the asking rate. All of a sudden, 3 maximums consecutively, and still 1 delivery remaining. Whether short or full, he's gone the distance. Because again, this time though, will be just a single, and he'll retain the strike. Jerron Alfred turning it up for the East. 14, 142 for 4.
Gary.
An expensive over. East Bay Blazers, the red worm there, 2 wickets. There's 2 dots on top of each other. That has been the problem. But you see the slight slide after that, and a slight climb as well. The climb is due to this tremendous over, with Jarrett striking it cleanly.
Well, this game really taken off in this country, the United States. And the second season of this 2022 Toyota Minor League Cricket Championship in this wonderful country. The flag flying high. Nice breeze blowing across the ground as well. It's added another dimension of difficulty for Unmukt Chan and his team, but also for the batters who have tried to hit with that wind. Saw Alfred do it 3 times in the last over. Raymond Reefer, 2 wickets in his last, 2 important wickets, but now I don't think Unmukt Chan would have planned to get him in for his 3rd, but here he is. Alfred was again full toss. Missed the Yorker there. Very disappointed with himself, Raymond Reefer. I think Unmukt Chan would have wanted to save him probably for the 17th and 19th over, but because of that onslaught from Alfred in the last over, it brings Sanjay Krishnamurti back on strike. So Raymond Reefer be looking to take a 3rd wicket. Can he do it for his Silicon Valley Strikers team? Good slower delivery again. Pace off is why he's been so effective in that Caribbean Premier League. And he's back into the attack because of an onslaught from the Trinidadian, Jaron Alfred. Well, what a performance in those 3 maximums. Just bringing them to you. Here it was again. Off the spinner, Srinivas Raghavan. Couple on the back foot. All over long off. The second one really should have been taken. Another good delivery from Raymond Reefer. That won't hurt their cause, the Silicon Valley Strikers. So in this minor league presented by Sunoco, I can tell you, Saidik Ganesh, he'll be on Dafa News, but Jaron Alfred, the way he's struck it, the way he's dumped it over the ropes, and he's back on strike. Sanjay Krishnamurti's done the right thing. Happy to hand over the strike to the well-set man. Wide delivery from Raymond Reefer. We saw 7 maximums being struck by the Silicon Valley Strikers in that first innings. So correction, 8 in the first innings, and already 3 in the last over, and 7 total in this innings. Boy, has Jaron Alfred and his team done extremely well to be in this position. Remember, a team that lost 2 games coming into this. They're 4-2, 4th currently in the Western Conference. Yes! In the air, hasn't got this one as well. And Unmukt Chan, fantastic take. Reefer's got his 3rd. The loud shouts because they've got the danger man, Jaron Alfred.
The wicket they needed the most. Silicon Valley Strikers are buzzing once again. It's also because of the nature of the catch. That catch was pure athleticism fueled by belief. The belief that he can get there. And Unmukt Chan, with the slide and grasp, gets to tell the world, this is why you play cricket. Never give up attitude once again shown on the field. The captain leading from the front. Unmukt Chan, take a bow. Jaron Alfred, after a fantastic innings, could not close it out for his team. 27 will be a flash in the pan. He needed more as Vikash would walk in. Big moment in the game.
So Vikash Mohan comes to the middle. What a moment that could be. And Unmukt Chan again, his captaincy highlighted, good leadership. Remember, Raymond Reefer, your strike bowler, only has 4 overs at his disposal. So he bowled 2, 1 up front and then a second, which got 2 wickets. And instead of sitting back and waiting, Unmukt Chan went for the kill, went and sent in Raymond Reefer to get rid. Boy, has he done it, and done well. All of a sudden, Vikash Mohan, who struck the ball nicely in this 2022 Toyota Minor League Cricket Championship. 98 runs coming into this in just 3 innings. Krishnamurti as well, he can finish. The one thing to note about Vikash Mohan, comes back for 2, has to hurry and gets there in the end because of a slight misfield. Mohan has only batted 3 times in this tournament and he has 2 not outs, hasn't been dismissed more than 1 time. Striking at 158. Vikash Mohan, the man from Trinidad.
Was terrific with this 46 in the initial tour to Seattle. And that's what got him going. Recently finished the game. Now he's a man growing in confidence, Vikash Mohan.
This time, slapped. Remarif was so animated. Wanted that to be stopped. Unmukt Chand as well, though, to come around. One thing about Remarif you have to know, a man that plays wherever, once he's on the field representing for any team, he will give 1,000%. An important over where he gets the wicket. 149 for 5. And this was the wicket, this was the moment. Look at this, wide, knew Alfred was going after him. Unmukt Chand, well, he did the rest. And you just see the passion. Having angles like that is why you have this premium coverage. Look at the full stretch dive from Unmukt Chand. Taking the 2nd catch on that boundary. This one 10 times better. And the celebrations to go with it as well. This is passion. This is T20 cricket.
Yeah, he's done the impossible once. Between 2 sides so far has been the catching. Sensing half opportunities, converting them into full wickets. Unmukt Chand can write a book on them.
Interesting move from Chando. He goes back to Primus, who's bowled just the 2 overs, gone at 10 runs and over. Srinivas Raghavan, 3 overs for 50 runs. A man that has gone at under 6 and over in his first 6 games of this 2022 Toyota Minor League Cricket Championship. Primus, though, with that extra bit of pace, comes back into the attack. So you look at this 5 overs remaining now. Primus has got 2, Rifa 1, and Dev Tadani 2. So interesting options to juggle for Unmukt Chand. You think though, Suhas, he's probably backing experience and rather go to Roshan Primus, who's done it last year, 16 wickets for this team, as opposed to Dev Tadani, the younger man at this stage.
This is the make or break situation with the required rate climbing. Unmukt Chand knows that it's a matter of a wicket over here and can close this game out. At the moment, he senses that a late bloom from Vikash can make sure that East Bay Blazers get close. He wants to avoid that, absolutely.
But don't forget about Sanjay Krishnamurti. Been a slow start to the tournament from him, but he showed last season that he's more than capable with the bat in hand. Slightly different role for him this season. Batted in the top order, came in at 3 and 4. This season he's batted at 5 and 6 and been asked to finish off the innings. But here, he have to really prove his mettle, the young man. 36 from 28. Nowhere near impossible. You expect with 5 wickets in hand that the Blazers probably are favourites at this stage. But if they continue to take wickets to strikers, it'll make it so much more difficult. Long off, long on in place. Deep third as well. Aerial from Vikash Mohan, but straight to that man, just be a single. And the Blazers have to know that they don't have to take too many risks. Just 7 per over. 4 after this. I wonder when does Unmukt Chand go back to Rifa? He's bowled 2 overs on the trot. He's picked up 3 wickets. Does he go for the kill in the next over? Does he hold him back for the penultimate?
Russian Primus, absolute gold at the moment. 3 balls, 3 runs.
Make that 4 because Primus has held his line well. Like to be outside the off stump on a good length because he hits the deck so hard. And on this slower surface, he's really had to bend his back. Went off the field with a hamstring injury earlier, Roshan Primus. Good to see him back on the field now, competing for the strikers team. You mentioned though, Primus and a 6th option has been a headache for Unmukt Chand. It's been why his bowling has been expensive. Yesterday, 77 runs came in the final 7. They conceded 11 runs and over in the final phase of the innings. Have to be better today. Vikash Mohan again hasn't been able to find the boundary. Could this be the first? Does well in the end. Unmuk Chan, he's been
Backing.
everywhere in the field.
Nice, you see.
Cannot find the ball for a minute.
Finish well, Prime, finish well.
Two fielders getting to it. Unmuk Chand, he wanted to stop while the nearest fielder to him had to do the cleanup, but soon realized he's been obscuring the ball. Not accessible. Unmuk Chand's got to get the throw in.
Edged and just out of the reach of Rahul Jariwala. Heartbreak after such a good over from Roshan Primus. They've got to pick it up and go again. Ends the over with a boundary.
Take outside edge. An athletic Jariwala for a moment looked like he was going to grasp it, but a boundary it is. East Bay Blazers wouldn't mind that at all. 159 for 5.
But they're 24 runs ahead of where the strikers were at this stage. Not giving themselves too much work to do at the back end of the innings. And it's been because of contributions throughout the order. 56 and 35 from the openers. Then Jaron Alfred providing the impetus that was needed. Hitting 3 maximums from 1 over.
Equation under control. Sanjay Krishnamurthy knows that. Vikash Mohan knows that too. Both 8 apiece. 28 required of 24 balls in T20 terms. With half the side yet to come, East Bay Blazers are on top.
And of course, it would be the first loss of this 2022 Toyota Minor League Cricket Championship for the Silicon Valley Strikers. Kulvinder Singh, who has 2 overs to bowl. He's going to come back into the attack now at a very important time for his team. So Unmuk Chan wanted to keep that left arm seam into the attack. Had Raymond Rifa for the previous 2 overs from this end. Likes the ball coming back into Krishnamurthy. So good at this stage at executing those Yorkers. Has been expensive this season though, Kulvinder Singh. And characteristically has gone at over 8 and over. So you want to fix that economy rate. So far today, has conceded 16 in his first 2. And they'll have to know that it's only 7, just about 7 runs per over. Exactly 7 needed. 28 runs from the last 4. Surely if they play responsibly, they'll get home from here, the Blazers. Krishnamurthy is batting this situation really well. Just be a single though. Primus has got a strong arm in the deep.
Anybody's game still. It's a matter of 1 good over as far as Silicon Valley Strikers are concerned. East Bay Blazers would use the same words but want more runs in the same over. 1 good over for East Bay Blazers too.
Well, of course, the partnership's so important. When you're chasing a big total, you need 1 big one. The openers, big swing and a miss. The openers gave them that. 94 it was between Saideep Ganesh and David White. Since then, though, they've lost their way through the middle. Jaron Alfred has picked up the slack and helped them, carry them so close.
He was hiding the seam before he delivered this one, much like Zahir Khan. And he's delivered a beauty there, Kulvinder.
Much slower from Kulvinder Singh. But they're doing the exact thing required. Remember, you only need 7 runs and over. No point trying to hit expansive boundaries and giving your hand away. You have to just hold your nerve. 2 experienced players. Mohan has only been given 3 opportunities to bat coming into this, but he's only been dismissed once. This time, Murthy goes in the air, and it is taken. They don't put down many catches in the deep. The Silicon Valley Strikers, Shayan Jayasuriya, the man who did it all with the bat, now contributes in the field.
Krishnamurthy knew immediately that he was in trouble. Looked a little half-hearted too. Shayan Jayasuriya nicely underneath.
Keep pushing, guys. Keep pushing.
Pouches the catch and makes it look so simple in the end. He's put in a lot of yards indeed.
He's a young man, Krishnamurthy, gone for 9, a runnable 9. Score now for the Blazers, 161 for 6. You have to wonder though, was that necessary? You had just been able to turn over the strike in the over. You literally need 7 runs and over, trying to take on that straight boundary.
Gurbakhsh Singh Khaira comes to the middle. 7 and over is not daunting. Vikash Mohan has been there, done that for East Bay Blazers before. Gurbakhsh hasn't been amongst the runs in this game, in this tournament. 2022 Toyota Minor League Cricket Championship can be the occasion that can make him the hero. And he's batting alongside an informed Vikash Mohan as well. Sanjay Krishnamurti throwing it away with that kind of a shot. Silicon Valley strikers would believe they can get another.
Well, Vikash Mohan, over to you as the experienced man. Just 26 runs away now. Have to ensure you get your team over the line. Another wicket though for the strikers, what they'll be looking for. Like that line because he's attacking the stumps. Has that fielder in the circle. Arsh Butch. So we'll bring Khaira on strike. Remember, this East Bay Blazers team, it's been a big transitionary period for them. Having Mohan, Angelo Pereira, Mark Dayal, Sadiq Ganesh, all new faces. And last season, they had one of the highest scorers in this tournament, Sujit Gowda, who put on 481 runs in that top order for them. He's gone over to the Dallas Mustangs, and a big part of why they're 6-1. Aerial run-out chance at the bowler's end. Dave Tadani was in the perfect position. I think he got there in the end though, Khaira.
Was tough for Dave Tadani first to try and convert that into the catch. Was falling short for sure. And then having one stump to aim at. No chance there with a wide throw.
163 for 6.
Took that last corner pretty quick.
Sir, I need one hand on the roof, one hand on the pump.
Timeout for Sunoco Go Rewards.
Keep pumping.
With new Sunoco Go Rewards, when you fuel, you save, because rewards come first.
A real cracker-jacker late on Sunday of this third weekend in the 2022 Toyota Minor League Cricket Championship. So fantastic to have our corporate partners on board, as well as Lakshmi, the official team sponsor for the Silicon Valley Strikers. Lakshmi House of Spices. And they've got to get the garam masala to Roshan Primus now, because they need him to inject some energy into this innings. And with 1 over remaining, he's been expensive, but he's produced wicket-taking deliveries. Can he get the wicket of Khaira? Just ensuring he gets his field right. Likes the ball with those sweepers. 2 in the onside for Primus because of that hard length he's able to hit. There again, just over Jariwala. There is a deep third in place this time though. 1 of 5 outside the circle.
Very deliberately played. Gurbakhsh Khaira. He does the right thing as well. Leaves it to Vikash Mohan, who's been a proven finisher for East Bay Blazers.
Well, similar to Jaron Alfred, Mohan had several good innings finishing, but perhaps a lot higher in that T10 blast. Of course, T10, a format where you must go. That was in Trinidad just a couple months ago. It's what's earned him this place in the East Bay Blazers team. Again, happy to make him cut. Gary Graham stops a boundary, but unable to prevent the single. Roshan Primus, you almost don't even have to worry about long on and long off, because he's so good at finding that good length. And especially on this ground, where you have 55 yards straight boundaries, you don't want to let these batters go over the top. You don't want to be full at all. And when you are full, like Kulvinder Singh or Raymond Rifa, you want to find that Yorker length. Such a small, fine margin of error. This time though, pulls into that cow corner region. Work to be done, and it goes through. Rare misfield at the boundary. And Roshan Primus very disappointed, because you only need 7 runs and over. That helps their cause, the Blazers.
Keep going, Prime, keep going, Prime.
That's the gap. Unmukh Chand did get to it, but off his knee. Couldn't divert it to the...
Keep going, Prime.
Can't control the ricochet. And by the time Shehan realized that it might be on, he might be needed to save that boundary himself. Well, that was too late.
All of a sudden, 18 from 15. That's what one boundary does. Just swings the pendulum back in your favor. Could you have asked for a better finish?
Gurbaksh Khaira coming into his own.
This time in the air, he goes full rarely, Primus. And it's not taken by Dev Tadani. But a running chance on the keeper's end. Jerry Wallace celebrating, they've got their man. Some way, somehow, the wicket comes. Not necessary at this stage.
Still unbelievable. Vikash Mohan was so clear that he wanted a single. For a man who's hit the shot so deep inside the crease and was doing a lot of ball watching, was late to run the second one. Good throw, and Rahul Jariwala does the rest. He knew he's got his man. That dive will be in vain. Gurbaksh Khaira turns out to be a flash in the pan with that boundary. Couldn't continue and couldn't finish it off with Vikash. It's a big moment in the game as Gurbaksh 170 for 7 for Khaira.
He can't blame too many for that, because as you look at that replay, as soon as he hit it, he wanted to. Mohan running to the safe end. It was all Khaira, but he's got to go. Not really necessary after you just struck a boundary in the over. And all of a sudden, 17 from 14 with 3 wickets in hand.
In box, Arshdeep Brar, someone who's got a lovely swing of the bat, deals in sixes usually, but he's up against a bowler in great form, and he's got a good thinking cricketing mind, Roshan Primus.
You'll be very happy that you're saying he's in great form, Roshan Primus, because he's really struggled going at 10 and over, but what he's so good at is closing out at this death stage, finding that good length, and he's able to produce a good delivery. We just sent the ball up in the air, not the length to drive for Khaira. And in the end, the catch wasn't being able to be taken by Dev Tadani, but a great throw. And Jariwala does the rest, nowhere in the... So Brar, who has shown that he can bat yesterday, had a small role to play with the bat in hand against the Golden State Grizzlies as they chased down that total, comes out to the middle. Aerial again, and would you believe it? Arshdeep Brar, he's not worried about ones or twos. Looking to finish this game off. What a way to come to the crease.
This is what Arshdeep Brar's known for. On this occasion, just guiding the ball. Didn't try to hit it hard at all. Believe that his sledgehammer has enough willow to send it for 4. 2 boundaries in this over.
This is a proper nail biter. 13 from 13. Should be easy usually. 7 wickets down though. Could go either way if they can take another wicket, the strikers. Comes down the track, given a wide, but I think that's harsh because he's come down the track a long way, Arshdeep Brar. It's forced Primus to have to push it wide. Crucial extra at this stage.
Every single run counts. Primus is not happy with the decision, but the decision will stand as its decision, which is the final. Gurbaksh Khaira. No, I beg your pardon, it's Arshdeep Brar, who's himself very tall, throwing everything at it and still unable to reach. That was definitely a wide delivery.
Excellent. Excellent from Primus. Good close-out delivery to the important over. But his figures are very expensive. He concedes 42 in his 4. More importantly, though, the Blazers are just 12 runs away from winning this game. 175 for 7. Well, the question will be for Unmuk Chan, as the conference happens in the middle, who bowls the penultimate? You think it's your most important piece? Raymond Rifa is going to come back into the attack. I think he's deciding between Kulvinder Singh or Rifa. But I love that from Raymond Rifa because he's just commanded the ball as one of the more experienced players I'm out with international. He tells Unmuk Chan, I'm the man for the job. What a spell it's been. 3 wickets as well as 38 runs to go with it. The all-rounder again. Man of the match last weekend against Houston in a game which his 27-run last over put them over the top. And all of us, he's back with an impactful performance for his team. Suhas, who's your money on?
I'm not betting. I'll tell you what.
He's sitting on the fence. No, Suhas, you have to give me a prediction. Who's going to take it?
You're putting me on the spot, of course. But what I promised you at the beginning was it's going to be a nail biter. You asked me if I have any nails left, I'll tell you no. I'll tell you what. Unmukh Chand has done the right thing by going to his best bowler to bowl the penultimate, as he realizes it's this over which is make or break. It's how much of a cushion can Reefer leave for any bowler who's going to bowl the final over. That shall decide the game.
It's going to be Kulvinder Singh, you think. Chand was thinking about Singh from this end, where he's bowled so well, to bowl that penultimate. But Raymond Reefer, the left-arm seamer, can he get a wicket or two to put this game back in their favour? Starts pace off, and that's all Vikash Mohan needs to do. Just rotate the strike, and comes back for two as well. Misfield from Shreyan Jayasuriya. Sorry, it was Srinivas Raghavan.
Should have been a single. Suddenly turns to two. Two valuable runs. It's important that Reefer puts this behind and doesn't let it show up on the performance hereafter. Vikash Mohan. What's going in his mind? Try and bat through, play the 12 balls.
Full again from Raymond Reefer. But again, it's the line that's so important. Doesn't allow him to go down the ground. And it's only crucially a single. Means that Brar, even though yes, he's hit a boundary, he's on strike, the new batter. Raymond Reefer, he wears his heart on his sleeve. We've heard so often throughout this innings, loud screams. When they've taken a wicket, he's shouted in real enjoyment and excitement. But when they've made mistakes, he's been really disappointed. Just full commitment from the man from Barbados. Such an important player. It's what you want. Maximum effort from your international caliber players. He's got to turn and come good for Silicon Valley Strikers. Pace off again. Brar goes down the ground. Unmukh Chand, though, very safe. Wanted two there, Arshdeep Brar. No chance with the arm of Unmukh Chand.
Doing it nicely in singles and twos here, the East Bay Blazers. They understand no point taking the additional risk. Equation under control. They want as well, 8 of 13. As far as the strikers are concerned, it's a matter of a wicket over here to set the cat amongst the pigeons.
Full toss. Yeah, just get away with it, Raymond Reefer. Went pace off. That's what deceived Brar, but most important, sorry, Vikash Mohan. Most importantly, though, Mohan's batting responsibly. Even after that wicket went down with Sanjay Krishnamurti, 15 from 11 deliveries. Couldn't ask for much more from your finisher, as they like to brand him. Just to this, hasn't had much opportunity to get a rhythm. And every time, though, they've gone to him, boy, has he produced. What can Arshdeep Brar do, though? Full toss. Again, looking for that Yorker Reefer. But again, just a single. All that's needed at this stage. Comes down the situation to just 7 runs needed from 8 deliveries.
2 crucial deliveries left from Reefer. He's picked up 3 wickets for 34. Rather one left now, with that single being taken of the 5th.
How much can he give Kulvinder Singh in that final over to defend? We have seen Kulvinder Singh hold his nerve well, but it's going to be very hard defending a runner ball.
He's got to get less than a runner ball to defend.
Run-out chance, trouble, but throws to the wrong end. And Kulvinder Singh had the opportunity to take that wicket. Instead goes to Jariwala, and Reefer can't believe it. It's all happening at Morgan Hill. This is cricket. Nail biting, to say the least. End of the over. 182 for 7.
Pressure. It's the pressure. Kulvinder Singh not realizing that at the non-striker's end, there lay a man waiting for that ball to be pouched and whip the bails off. A run-out opportunity, not just that, a run as well. 5 required of the 6 balls. That's what it's come down to, and Kulvinder Singh has got a cushion of 4.
Well, Kulvinder Singh, boy, is this going to be an uphill task. Raymond Reefer, though, you have to give this man credit. He's come in to this Silicon Valley Strikers after the first weekend. He's already picked up 11 wickets for this Strikers team. A team looking, of course, to maintain that unbeaten record. They're 6-0, sitting at the top of a very tightly contested Western Conference. The Blazers are there. The Grizzlies are there knocking down the door. Can they maintain it? 5 runs to defend.
What that single of the last ball has also done is put Vikash Mohan back on strike. The man who's faced more deliveries. The man who's been there for a longer period of time. Brar has faced 4. Yes, he has managed a boundary. Vikash Mohan, the senior of the two. Vikash Mohan, the more experienced of the two when it comes to the role of a finisher, now finds himself at the striking end, finds himself at the business end. Kulvinder Singh, 4 required according to him in his mind. 5 required for East Bay Blazers to pick up a win.
Want to look at the field quickly. He's got a fielder on this deep mid-wicket boundary, as well as one at deep third. Pushing the ball across. Huge dot delivery to start by Kulvinder Singh. I like that length though. Trying to force Vikash Mohan to hit into that bigger square boundary.
This ball is worth its weight in gold. Big swing, misses it completely. Start with, where does Vikash Mohan go? There is a wide long on in place, and of course a very wide long off in place.
Again, coming across his stumps, and another dot. Would you believe it? All of a sudden, pressure back on this East Bay Blazers team. You look at their dugout, they can barely look. It's been superb stuff from Kulvinder Singh. He's got to close out the over well. Would you ask for a better finish to this third weekend of the 2022 Toyota Minor League Cricket Championship here at Morgan? Hitting starts with 2 dots. How does Mohan respond? Down the leg side. And it's going to be a single. Asking the question, but definitely outside the line. And it brings Brar on strike with 4 needed.
Come, on, boy.
Arshdeep Brar now would feel the pinch, now would feel the pressure. It's Kulvinder who's given away a single run in his first 3 deliveries. If he replicates this effort, his team will walk away with yet another win. And that's what Silicon Valley strikers would be aiming for. As far as Brar is concerned, I think he's going to back himself to go for a big shot over here and not try and take it too deep with a single or 2.
Singh bowling to Arshdeep Brar. They're 1 hit away from winning this game, the Blazers. He goes for it and it goes straight up. No elevation, no power. And taken by Chan. Arshdeep Brar going for glory. Has found Unmuk Chan, who's taken his 3rd catch. And could that be the one? The final nail in the coffin. All of a sudden it's 4 from 2. The Blazers had this game on a platter.
He knew immediately, Arshdeep Brar, that this could be taken. Backtracking is not easy. That one's not easy. But it's Unmuk Chan who is on a mission to do the impossible most of the time. As he found himself another gem over here in Kulvinder. Brar departs for 6. Well, 183 for 7.
And there you have it. Kulvinder Singh, you mentioned in the penultimate, how much runs could they give Singh to defend? Brar can't believe it. And it means now that these lower order batters have got to come through.
Nawaz Khan's come out to the middle. 8 wickets down for 183. It's going to be Vikash on strike, as they had crossed over, and October is not far away.
You have to remember, that's the crucial thing for Brar. Probably would have just wanted to get Vikash Mohan back on strikes. Kulvinder Singh, though, such an experienced man. He's struggled in this tournament. But if you can win him, how crucial this delivery will be. Slower delivery, huge swing and a miss. Where is he going? And it's going to be another wicket. From 5 needed in the final over, Kulvinder Singh has held his nerve, and it's now 4 from 1. And Mohan is going to be run out. Vikash Mohan left this crease. He's the one that all of a sudden he's been told to stay by his team. That's crucial at this stage. Who is the batsman that must be out? If the umpires deem Vikash Mohan to leave his crease, then he has to depart.
That can decide the outcome of the game as well. Kulvinder Singh, he's done it again, but he's done it only so far. He's got to finish off well. He's on course to do that. Under pressure, making the batters commit the mistake. Big swing and a miss. Now this is heart-wrenching for a fan of East Bay Blazers. Doesn't know who's going to walk. Up goes the finger. It's Vikash Mohan to make the long walk back. 16 for him. Couldn't finish it off today. This has been a thorough nail-biter. Oh, what an evening we're having here. 183 for 9 now. Also in a danger of being bundled out.
Last man comes to the middle for the East Bay Blazers is Singh. Abhi. and he has to join Mohsin Khan. Here is it again. Big swing and a miss from Mohan, looking to hit the ball out the ground. But you see there, that stutter, he left his crease. And what it means is, he was the one that was dismissed. All of a sudden, it's going to be Nawaz Khan, who has to try and power the final delivery of the over for a boundary. Look at the field for Unmuk Chan. He's got 2 on the offside boundary, in the cover and the long off. He's also got deep mid-wicket, and a man himself, the captain, position at sort of a cow corner position. So 4 to win from 1 delivery. It's going down to the wire. I can't look.
On a hat-trick, the team hat-tricks as well, remember.
This time in the air. And he stops it. And it doesn't matter how many they run. They've got the win. Jerry Waller's going to go and run him over the bowler's head. The strikers are celebrating. They've defended 5 emphatically. They're the defending champions and they remain unbeaten. Scenes at Morgan Hill, California. Fantastic game.
What a fantastic game of cricket indeed, Nikhil. Nerves of steel for Unmuk Chan and Kulvinder Singh, who delivered absolute gem towards the end. Unbelievable. A man who was under pressure for missing a run out gets the ball in hand, whips up magic, and ensures that he puts his team on the front again. What does it take to beat Silicon Valley Strikers is the big headlines that you'd find in Dafa News tomorrow. A team that never says never. A team that never gives up. Led ably by Unmuk Chan, the Silicon Valley Strikers have pulled off a heist.
Well, you think about the importance of Shayan Jayasuriya, 86 with the bat in hand, but Raymond Rifa first over went for 15. You look at his figures now, 3 wickets, 3 crucial wickets of Mark Dayal, Angelo Pereira, and Jaron Alfred. Probably the 3 most important. Surely will be in line for that player of the match performance. So crucial that the Silicon Valley Strikers held their nerve. 5 to defend from the last over. And boy, did they do that. Kulvinder Singh and Rifa deserve immense credit. This Silicon Valley Strikers is the reason that they won this 2021 tournament. And the reason they're back here 7-0, coasting at the top of the conference for the Blazers. Well, a game that they really had on a platter. Needed to win. They just had to go at 7 runs and over in the last 5. That's a walk in the park with 5 wickets in hand. Dev Tadani and others, the bowlers, will feel very happy about this. The strikers, Roshan Primus, Srinivas Raghavan. Well, in terms of how things unfolded, it's been truly a real eventful innings. Silicon Valley Strikers somehow, some way survive. Here's how this crazy innings unfolded. 94-run opening stand between Sadiq Ganesh and David White. And the way Ganesh was going with his half-century, you thought the Blazers were well on their way to upset this Silicon Valley Strikers team. Whether on the leg stump, on the off stump, he placed it to all parts. And David White at the other end supported him well. Just lavish. And in the end, able to get them off to such a good power play. 61 without loss after the first 6. When Marifa came in, he was expensive. Roshan Primus went the distance as well. David White, that was a really good shot over the top. Srinivas Raghavan, the left arm spinner, with that flighted delivery, was brilliant. And then David White coming down the track, able to go over long on. Ganesh with these 2 before he was dismissed. David White, he knew he gave it away. I think Unmuk Chan positioned the bowling for that reason. And in the very next over, Sadiq Ganesh will have to depart. Both crashing into the stumps. Just then, the strikers, you can't give them a sniff. They clawed their way back. Martial came, Martial went. This is when Rifa came back into the game in the 13th over. Took a fantastic wicket. Angelo Pereira in the same very over. Went Rifa, you can hear through the stump mics the animation, his excitement. But Jaron Alfred came, and boy, he struck it to all parts. 3 maximums coming in this over off Srinivas Raghavan. And that's straight back over his head. He's just too slow on these small straight boundaries. Conceded 50 runs in his 3 overs. Jaron Alfred from Trinidad and Tobago. Boy, did he hit it to all parts until Raymond an effort to top it all off. They knew the importance of that wicket. Vikash Mohan came, and because of some good boundary hitting early on, it was just 7 runs needed per over. Krishnamurti didn't need to take that risk. It was caught in the deep from Jayasuriya. Important breakthroughs for the strikers, which you think go a long way in them winning this game. Rare miscue from Chan. And then that one fell into no man's land. Just the thinking from these Blazers isn't necessary. Some of the decision making, they'll look back on it, they will think, kind of moved on. Harpreet Brar is looking to hit again another boundary. Just found Unmuk Chan. The wickets just continue to tumble. That final over, they needed to defend 5. Who's been this thing, the man? Big swing and a miss. And crucially, the catchman, because he left his crease, was the man run out. Nawaz Khan completing the run, and the very final ball. In the end, Jariwala hitting the ball strikers in, running him out and winning the game. What scenes at Silicon Valley, south of Silicon Valley, of course, in Morgan Hill. Whew, could barely breathe after that. What a game. And that's what it meant. The Blazers dismissed for crucially 2 runs short, 184, after a fantastic 94-run start. Deep Ganesh and David White. Mark Leal tried, he came, he went. Jaron Alfred with a couple of big hits, 27 from him, and then the bowling. Raymond Rifa was expensive at the start, 3 for 35 for him, the pick of the bowlers. He's been the sink, holding his nerve at the end with 2. What a game, what a finish. Couldn't have asked for much better from the final encounter here at Morgan Hill. Winning by 2 runs, the strikers to remain unbeaten and go to 7-0 in this Western Conference. The team to beat by a long way in this 2022 Toyota Minor League Cricket Championship. Well, the man alongside me, Raymond Rifa, back again. What a game of cricket. How do you player rally your troops to such a tough bowling innings like that?
You know, they had a really good start, so we just like to stay in the game and just look for that first breakthrough and then
Well, of course, Raymond, let's talk about your batting first of all. You came in with a very set Shehan Jayasuriya. What was the plan for him, sort of batting with him in that 38 you scored?
At the back end there, you know, we're trying to get as much runs as possible to put the bowlers under some pressure. And we succeeded. You know, we were trying to get that 180 total, and we achieved it to be in the game.
That's 6th time you guys have been able to bat first and post 175 plus. Now let's talk about the bowling effort. You mentioned the fact that they had such a good start. That's what it means to the table. But Raymond, the fact that they had such a good start, what was the plan to try and get those wickets? You were brought on inside the 13th over and took 2 crucial wickets of Mark Leal and Angelo Pereira. What was your plan in that 13th over?
To try to make them go after the bowling because obviously they were ahead of the game. So one mistake and I know we were back in with a chance for sure.
Well, the millions watching at home, a lot in Barbados as well, would have heard you clearly through the stop mics. You know, you're screaming, whether passionately in terms of positively or sometimes in anger. What is it about you that allows you to wear your heart on the sleeve, total commitment, regardless of whichever team you're playing for?
I wanted to win, you know, every game I play in. I think I'm fairly competitive, so, you know, it comes out sometimes.
Well, Raymond, what's this win now in terms of the confidence going to mean for your team going forward? 7-0, they can't stop you. What do you think this win does for the morale of the team?
It is good for the morale of the team, but there is some improvements to be made. Obviously, we dropped a few catches there, and it could have cost us. So, you know, these are things that we need to tighten up on if you want to win the competition.
Just stellar all-round performance from Raymond Rifa, 38 and 3 wickets. Congrats to you. We wish you all the best and excited to see what else you can produce in this tournament.
Thank you.
Well, there he is, the man that did it all. Of course, Shehan Jayasuriya was brilliant, but Raymond Rifa was just as good with his all-round ability. And that's the points table. The Strikers, 7-0, the only team in this minor league tournament to not lose a game. They're at 14 points, 4 clear of the Golden State Grizzlies. And for the Blazers, that loss makes them 4-3. Every game so crucial in this group. Next week, the premium coverage rolls over to St. Louis, Missouri. Chicago Tigers taking on the Americans earlier. And then in the afternoon, a real blockbuster, the Blasters against the Michigan Cricket Stars, a team looking to dominate that Central Division. Well, what a game of cricket. What a 2 days it's been in terms of This is Sunday now with the Stars taking on the Tigers and the Blasters up against the Americans. It's been a truly exciting day of cricket as we come to the end. What a climatic end it's been to a fantastic third weekend of the 2022 Toyota Minor League Cricket Championship presented by Sunoco. To all those who have tuned in, to all those part of making this happen, we thank you massively and we can't wait to see you for a blockbuster fourth weekend next week. Don't go too far.
You're watching the Toyota Minor League Cricket Championship presented by Sunoco.